time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented Aimchess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aimchess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aimchess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aimchess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aimchess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aimchess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aimchess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a queen's gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aimchess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. That's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for Aimchess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Giri is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move. This d takes e4, the d takes e5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with AirThings.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aimchess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Welcome to the Chessable Masters. We're at the semi-final stage. It's incredible. The tournament seems to have flown by. We had dramatic quarterfinal matches yesterday. And today we have the matchups between world champion Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren, the world's #1 and #2 in the world. And we also have Anish Giri against Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa. I have to say, I mean, I'm really excited for both matches. I'm a big fan of Prag. I'm really hoping that he does well. There you go. I'm nailing my colours to the mast right from the word go. But, you know, he is such an exciting prospect. And over the past couple of years, he's been doing very well. But in the past couple of months, he seems to have taken, you know, some extra strides forward. So let me just say from the outset, this is the Chessable Masters. So the tournament is sponsored by Chessable, the online learning platform that has revolutionized the game. Do check out chessable.com. And there are some fantastic courses there, including Jan's wonderful course featuring 1E5. And there's my course on the Sicilian Kalashnikov that I'm very proud of indeed. And they are currently both on sale. Both courses get absolutely fantastic reviews. If you want a watertight repertoire against 1E4 with 1E5, then I recommend Jan's course. If you want something that's daring, if you want something that gives you dynamic chances and is actually really sound as well, then do check out my course on the Kalashnikov Sicilian. It's great fun. There we have the players. We can see them on screen there. And this is a big one. No time for any mistakes today. Magnus cruised through yesterday, but even then, he made one big tactical error, overlooked a big hit by his opponent, David Anton. There'll be no room for error today when he faces world #2, Ding Liren, who is revving up for the candidates tournament in a little over, less than a month's time, 3 weeks' time. So play begins, any moment now. So let me introduce my co-commentator, Jan Gustafsson. Jan, how are you today?
I'm good. How are we doing? The games are about to begin. Did you already do predictions? Who's going to win?
Not at all. No. In fact, I've mentioned our main sponsor, Chessable, but I should also mention Airthings, who monitor the air quality of the players, and also do check out chesschamps.com chessable.io, where you can get NFTs. There are auctions there. In fact, you can make a bid on the NFT, which is going to be the trophy for the tournament. Yes, Jan, you were waving your Airthings device there.
Yeah, I open my window all day, so I have excellent air quality now. Promise is very cold. Like, do they have a solution for that?
What's your solution?
I close the window now, but I think then the air quality is going to suffer. It's a vicious cycle.
Yeah, I'm doing something similar here. I don't have my Airthings device, but I do have an open window. Only thing is, you might be able to hear some thunderstorms as well, which maybe is portentous for the day to come. Who knows?
Let's look at the thunderstorms on the boards. My predictions are Carlsen's going to win and Giri is going to win. I'm adventurous like that.
Yeah, well, the two, I would say the two firm favorites. However, I was looking at their past games and, well, in fact, Giri and Pragg haven't played many times against each other, which is always an intriguing situation where, you have obviously a much younger player like Pragg. They haven't met each other. So I think Giri will be, a little bit cagey in this one, sizing him up. They did play in the Charity Cup and, well, Giri won pretty convincingly. So, yeah, he's got to be the favorite, but I'm rooting for Pragg. I really hope he does well and he's on flying form. So you think Magnus, clear favorite against Ding?
Yeah, that's what the numbers say. We're a numbers-based show here. And Magnus, in classical chess, he only beat Ding once, never lost though, like a bunch of draws. And in Rapid and Blitz, he has like a 2-1 advantage. I think he beat him 38 times and lost 20, which is a nice record still. Ding beat him 20 times in Rapid and Blitz games. I beat him 0 times, for example. 20 sounds pretty good.
20 sounds pretty amazing. And I was looking at their games from the Charity Cup. I think, yeah, that was the last time they played. And in the preliminaries, Ding won just the most sublime strategic game against Magnus. He was just in full flow. Then they had an absolute scrap when it came to the knockouts, and Magnus won through. But those games were very tight. So I think this one could easily go to a tiebreak, even though, yes, Magnus, the stats don't lie. We have to say Magnus is probably the favorite, but, well, anything could happen there. Interesting position we've got on the board. F4. What's that about?
Yeah, I've seen this line before. Also for the World Championship match, Magnus has dabbled and studies all kinds of ways to play the Catalan, but sometimes delaying d4 or c4 to avoid some of the most challenging lines, like against the Pomnishi, different move order, but we've seen e6 castles, bishop e7, d4 castles, and Carlsen went b3 here, not allowing the main line c4, dc4. He probably had something similar in mind here against Ding, who's no stranger to such tactics himself. So Ding goes c5, which is one of the more critical moves. And now after castles, he doesn't go knight c6, which looks very natural. But then you get this sort of reverse Grunfeld after pawn to d4, where white is supposed to have some chances. So the sophisticated guys, they start with e6 now. No one's too afraid of the King's Indian attack. And the way to fight for an advantage after e6 is pawn to c4 or pawn to d4. After pawn to c4, black can go here. So Carlsen goes here. And now Ding is arguing, okay, I might be 2 tempi down compared to the Grunfeld, but there's no knight to exchange here. And goes e5, which is a line that has a good reputation for black. It looks very strange to move the e-pawn twice, but whatever works. Knight to b3, bishop to e6, knight to c3, bishop to e7. Here, a nice touch is the typical Grunfeld move would be bishop to g5, trying to put pressure on this construction. But now black can use the fact that his knight is not on c6 yet and can play knight bd7, which sort of magically covers everything. Because white can never take. If you take here, the knight recaptures and this bishop is en prise. While if white decides to take here, this knight takes back and keeps d5 well protected as well. So the black setup just works, and white has to go to shadier measures like f4 to make this a complex game. After f4, it becomes a mess. I think they're both blitzing out their moves still. Takes and g6 is still a computer's first line with a very, very complex position. Takes and king and 1. Sorry for the monologue. I get so excited when I know an opening.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Are you allowed to divulge whether this was studied in any kind of depth for the World Championship match?
Yeah, I can't recall this exact position, but all these ways to avoid the Catalan and all these move order shenanigans, and then what black can do, the c5, e6. In this position, probably via different move order, I've certainly seen. I don't think I'm telling any tales out of school here. In the match, they played something like this, d5, g3, where black could also play c5 or e6, followed by c5. Let's say e6, bishop g2, c5, castles, and we would get the same position. So all this kind of nonsense has certainly been studied. The bad news from white's perspective is it all seems fine for black, but that's usually the case in any opening.
I was going to say, isn't this just modern? This is modern chess, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everything
exactly.
just about seems okay, reasonably okay. But very strange. Okay, so Magnus has grabbed the bishops, and now Ding has put his
king to f7.
Wow,
that one I've certainly never seen.
I mean, presumably he just thinks, well, if you're castling, then the pawn on e6 is going to need defending at some point anyway. But yeah, it looks a little odd.
Looks very odd. Pawn to e4, no good.
Well, okay, it's the first move we think of, so let's put it on the board.
Yeah. I don't know, especially with the king on f7. If black goes d4, white can just go somewhere. E5.
Well, I assume he's just going to hack everything off on e4.
Yeah.
And just say, well, the ending isn't too bad.
Might be true, but I like my bishops. If I get bishop e3 and c3, I'd be quite happy.
I hear you. Then again, I mean, black's king actually is okay here with the pawns on e6 and g6. It's, obviously stopping the f5 advance. That pawn on f4 is nailed there. I mean, if black is going to play moves like, I'm trying to think of the best square for that. Well, okay, well let's put a rook on d8 first.
Yeah. But in general, I just want bishop e3, c3, b4, a4 push here.
Yeah,
this looks very unpleasant for black to me.
Yeah.
This guy is such a powerhouse targeting b7.
Yes, I was trying to get some way of playing my bishop. I don't know where. I mean, I was thinking, bishop f6, knight e7, swinging the knight round. But I mean, this is hard to achieve. I mean, I don't know whether we play the other rook, the a rook, and then knight e7. I don't know whether this probably isn't possible at all.
Well, I suppose will always be targets.
They're vulnerable. I agree.
No, a bit surprising. I'm not sure what he intends after e4, but it doesn't look good. I'm not sure what black was supposed to do here. My best guess is something like castles and meet e4 with d4 and here, but with the king on f7, these things look less exciting somehow. And yeah, e4 on the board, no surprise there. This didn't go well for Ding. He got caught in one of Magnus's sidelines there.
Yeah, looks like it. Okay, So yeah, we can see clock times. Yeah, Ding already burned down to 11 minutes.
Yeah, it's just unpleasant. The difference with castles is like here, you can't even think of this, or it doesn't seem to work because after f8, the king is on this file. Well, had you castle and the rook on f8, knight g4, or there seem to be options. Well, now I just don't see anything good other than going for this endgame, which looks pretty depressing to me. And also, not the kind of position where Magnus Carlsen lets you off the hook, like slightly better endgame with the bishops. It's going to be rough.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a way to play this that somehow isn't too bad. I just feel that black has to exchange everything here. I wonder whether exchanging everything on e4 and then playing a move like, I'm looking at something like queen b6. I'm just trying to stop the bishop coming to e3 just for a moment.
With this guy here, I have so many options. In general, after c3,
yeah,
black pieces don't really have squares. This king is weak. If I want an endgame, I can still go queen b3. Could also go this way.
I hear you.
I love this for white. Like queen f3, bishop e3. Just
I still want to get in that, you know, bishop f6 and knight e7 to sort of try to secure things. But yeah, it's flimsy.
It's a long way.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, he did take everything. Yeah, what else was there? But now I still don't see it. Let's see if he tries to keep the queens on. I would actually think you probably have to exchange the queens and suffer, because the white king also strikes me as safer than the black king. But nothing's much fun.
Yeah. Very tricky. Yeah, it's when that second bishop arrives on e3, it's very unpleasant.
Yeah, the setup is just so hard to shake, and black can't maneuver freely because the pawns are weak. Won't be fun. Maybe put the bishop here.
Yeah,
but
I was thinking that, but I mean c3 anyway.
It's always coming. Yeah.
Yeah, and yes, the queen has options to either go to b3 or f3, and you know, depending.
No, Carlsen, great shape. Shall we look at Giri and Praggnanandhaa? Oof, dull. It's not that dull, admittedly, but
it's a gioco piano, and it does look, well, pretty piano at the moment.
Which one is piano? Which one is pianissimo? Is knight c3 pianissimo, or is knight c3 piano? I never quite got it.
I don't know at all. And which is forte and which is fortissimo? I'm not sure.
I don't know either. Anyway, it's a slow Italian. Rook e1. Of course, one could give big speeches about the pros and cons of h6 castles, a5, a6. Basically, Praggnanandhaa is allowing bishop g5, but Giri is saying, no, thank you. Now, Praggnanandhaa is saying, okay, no more. h3, always important to only go castles and h3 when black is committed to castles, because if not, they might checkmate you. But here, where black has castle, it's fine. And a6, just a very classical, sort of old setup, preparing bishop to a7, but giving white a little space here. Just as I say it, after a4, we get this move a5, which looks dumb, but it has a point. If black starts with a5, white would never go a4. But he would make, some move, most likely knight b2, and after bishop e6, usually they play bishop b5. And if this bishop gets chased away, it can go back. But with white committed to a4, even though black lost the tempo, now a5, first of all, stops all these expansions with b4. And secondly, after bishop to e6, here bishop b5 lost a lot of its appeal because the bishop can get hit by knight a7. I'm not sure if directly, but it's a thing. Therefore, Giri has to find some other way. Also, it's important, this structure with the black pawn on a6, white would like to do this, because then he can go b4, and this knight on c6 is unstable, can be kicked by b5 eventually. If black has a pawn on a5, these positions really don't hold that much promise for white, because he lacks breaks. After d4, usually he weakens this square, so it can be taken. Some piece goes here. b4 is impossible. So this structure is not so promising anymore. Therefore, white plays with b3 here. This is a new thing, trying to maybe recapture on c4 with a pawn. It's not much fun, the Italian, but I've had to look at it a lot. Still confused by all these positions.
Okay, it sounds also as though this was part of your remit for the World Championship.
This one, not really. Like e4, e5, I tend to stay in touch with theory anyway. In the match, it's also not exactly a secret. The move order was slightly different. Magnus started with a5, rook e1, and now bishop a7, which was a sideline when it was played. I think it makes a lot of sense, and obviously there were some ideas behind it. The main point is that you delay castling, so you make it harder for white to play h3, because then this h6, g5 could happen, and bishop g5 runs into this typical counter where we haven't committed to castles yet, so it's a little more promising. But of course, it has downsides as well. Like white can go knight a3, knight b5 here. It's pick your poison. Every move has pros and cons here. But yeah, I've spent a lot of time in Gioco Pianissimos or Gioco Pianos, whichever one it is.
Okay, so where are we at?
They made a lot of moves, I guess, both sides, until here, more or less. Still in book, queen c2, waiting move. Bishop a7. Both sides try to make all the useful waiting moves before committing to any knight maneuvers or any structure changes. Knight f1 and knight to h5. I'm a bit confused by this queen c2, but because it allows knight h5 and there are no longer any knight takes e5 tricks, which are often there. The knight goes here. Knight h5, queen f6, knight f4 is a useful little maneuver for black. Then again, it's Anish. He tends to know what he's doing here.
Well, you say that, but he actually got tonked in one of these, didn't he? By who was it? Tabatabai, I think it was.
Yeah, he did get mated there, but
God, that was brutal, absolutely brutal. So I don't know.
He's played a lot though. I don't think he gets mated here often, but yeah, it looks to me like Praggnanandhaa solved his opening problems nicely with his knight h5. I also like this decision, which might look strange, to exchange the powerful bishop for the knight. But this knight, it's a big nuisance, can jump anywhere. Well, now queen f6, knight f4. The remaining black pieces sort of make sense. This knight can either be regrouped or maybe freed by some d5. I like how Pragg played this. Queen e2, knight f4, takes, queen takes. Doesn't look like Anish got anything.
Not at all. However, Anish is I would say, quite a conservative player, and I would say that he is mindful of the fact that Pragg has proved that he's superb in complex positions, tactically incredibly sharp. I'm not just talking about this tournament, but over the past few months, where he's really played incredibly well and dug himself out of very difficult positions with some very nice tactical ideas. So I'm just wondering whether Giri is just thinking, okay, let's just keep the ball on the floor and just play very steadily. So I can imagine he wouldn't be so unhappy with the general tone of the position.
Yeah, I agree. And that's a good thing about the Italian. Even if things go slightly wrong, you're still super solid in the structure. It's hard to really be touched. So it has a pretty high floor. Still, I would guess he was trying to get an advantage, and I don't think he got one here. But
he's
going to try. Yeah,
there's still enough play in the position.
For sure.
Yeah. So it's pretty early days, and clock times just under 10 minutes for Giri, 7.5 minutes. Pragg, that's brewing nicely. Ding looks like he's given up a pawn there to try and break free.
He got the knight to where he wanted it, but it cost him a pawn. He went bishop f6, c3, queen c7, queen f3, and he said, okay, no time to keep defending this forever. All yours. Which I like. Now it's not so easy for white to bring the bishop out. And he found a way to make this a little messier. When to me, it looked like one-way traffic suffering. So, nice play by Ding. Here's a pawn down though. Let's see what happened. Rook b1. Covering this guy. Bishop out. Black doesn't want to take, because then, although it's opposite color bishops, with this shaky king and all these heavy pieces still on the board, and the pawn down, I think he'd be in trouble. So he tries to keep this knight to stabilize. Here we are.
Well, it's not the end of the world for black, is it?
No, it's not trivial for white how to improve. If this bishop goes away, rook d2 comes. After rook d1, it gets taken and b2 is hanging. If b3 is played, this guy is en prise. No, it's a surprisingly sturdy construction for Ding. And Magnus has to find a way to make progress, which
it's just that I was trying to find a way of getting that construction on the king side without actually losing a pawn, but obviously it wasn't possible.
He goes bishop g1, allowing rook d2. Then he wants rook f2, I guess. But Ding doesn't bite.
That looks better.
c4. Does it? What's the point? If a3, he wants some knight h4 inconvenience. Yeah?
Well, isn't it just difficult to get those inside pawns moving?
Yeah, that's a problem anyway. I was just wondering if he had something direct here. Knight h4. Queen has to keep covering the bishop, so has to go here. Now back. I guess white never wants this exchange because it weakens his king so much. Then all of a sudden, any check could be mate or ef. I don't know which one's better.
Yes.
Queen e1, but this looks like it's playing with fire.
Yeah, not so bad.
No. So I guess Carlsen won't go a3. Maybe he'll play b3. Maybe he'll say, you know what, Ding, you played this well. Let's go to an endgame where I no longer have to worry about my king's safety. And I'll still try to do something. But with a knight on f5, of course, black is a lot more stable than these positions we looked at earlier. Yeah. I could imagine him doing this anyway, just to be safe.
Yeah, but still, looks like black has enough to hold that one.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking at them. Yeah, Magnus doesn't look overjoyed.
He looks fairly awake though for the first game. Normally he's, I think, catching up on sleep during game one. This year, Ding got his interest.
Yeah, no, that's good.
What else is there? Bishop c2, is that a move? No. What's the time for Ding? He starts at midnight, so now it's...
Is he in Shanghai? I can't remember.
No, I keep forgetting the name of his city because it only probably has like 15 million inhabitants. But it's a big city where he lives, but not Shanghai or Beijing.
B3 played. There we go. You know your man. Well done.
Takes. He's going to take. Yeah.
Magnus, it's interesting.
No, he starts with rook c1.
He likes an easy life, doesn't he? He didn't want to sweat. Suddenly when it starts, getting just a little bit tricky and thinking, okay, you've got to find some tough moves there. He just thinks, come on. Give me a little advantage instead.
Yeah, I think there's truth to that. He generally strives for clarity. He talked about this. It's a difference between him and Caruana, for example, or MVL, who are usually happy to make the position more complicated and more chaotic. Magnus is looking for ways to clean the position to something he understands well, which also makes a lot of sense for him because he's so strong, a technical player. But yeah, I think when it could get dodgy and he's not in a playful mood, he usually looks for a clean way, even if it costs him some computer advantage sometimes.
Nice, very direct play from Ding as well. No hesitation there. Just deciding, okay, going to trade the bishops. Don't worry about the pawn on h7. The king is now perfectly safe on f6. And after the trade of bishops, presumably he's going to invade on d2. Yeah, interesting. No doubt about that at all.
Looks fine for Ding. He still has to play dynamically, but seems like he has options.
Yeah,
looking at the engine bar, it's the first time the bar actually prefers black a little bit.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, he's also got rook b4 to think about as well after the trade. Rook d2 and rook b4.
Yeah, some a4 thrown in there, takes, rook b4. White doesn't have that many pawns left either.
No, looks like excellent play, actually, from Ding.
Very much so. Ding's trying to finish the match before 3 a.m. Like, the going gets a little tough at 3, so tries to get stuff done early. He goes rook d2. And I guess if rook f2, he brings the other rook. Okay. Arguing this rook is a bit out of play. Threatening to take in rook d2.
Can black be better here? I mean, this if Magnus isn't careful, this knight looks like a very worrying beast, actually.
My best guess is they find a way to swap down and it ends peacefully, but it looks like white has to pay attention during this swapping. I'm not sure if something like this, I guess it's a draw, but it's white that has to take some care. But it's a draw. This would be a bit of a mistake. And yeah, EF or GF, we can give a check, and EF, rook A7. There's not much to talk about anymore.
Yep.
Having said that, I just blundered this pawn, but it doesn't matter. Just trying to make a draw with white. I think this should be good enough. Probably one can do it much more cleanly as well. No, not a forcing line, but I have a feeling we're headed down that road. It's not like white is in time to cover everything, no? With this knight being jumpy. I don't see it, at least.
Yeah, but yeah, suddenly Magnus has a bit of a decision to make, which road he takes to try and simplify. He's gone h4.
Not swapping down yet, but maybe swapping down differently, actually, because Ding can take, give a check. King goes somewhere, takes h5. I think he understands he's no longer better and should get rid of some pawns. But he's trying to checkmate Ding along the way with rook f7.
That's nice.
Not happening though, right? 96 draw. Or, just as I said it,
wow,
I found a way to lose.
That's impressive.
Yeah, to almost lose, at least. Rook h2, maybe it's still holding. Ding, not interested in getting checkmated. Starts with knight d4, bishop d1, and now he can just take, and if bishop takes, king f5.
That's a very cold-blooded move by Magnus. Bishop d1, an ugly move, but basically it just holds everything. You know, blocks out the knight.
Distance 4. I've had many arguments because people keep telling me this is distance 3 or distance 2. To me, it's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And if a bishop is 4 squares away from the knight, it usually controls all the squares that knight could use to invade.
I've never heard a number involved in that. For me, it's just a pattern. Yeah.
I need my numbers to remember where to put it. But yeah, this is just a draw.
Yeah. And then there's the age-old argument. Is the bishop dominating the knight or vice versa?
It depends, of course. Like here, the knight is pretty good, but if we put the bishop on d5 and the knight on d8, then
and it's another story, yeah.
The balance.
But no, it does. At the moment, it does the perfect job of protecting all those crucial squares, and then the rook is active, and yeah, we are going to trade down to a draw in short order. Well, we might be seeing a repetition: king d5, rook e5 check, king d6, rook e5, etc. Unless Ding wants to go
with Ding.
Oh, he's going all the way. He's going to go to d3, maybe.
Magnus, not impressed. Would just keep chasing.
Yeah, even if the king came to b4, I think we'd have rook e4, king c3, rook e3 check, so it wouldn't make any difference. And there we go. It's impressive, the technique from both players, actually, that, you know, they know exactly how to compromise. So first of all, we had Ding giving up that pawn to get a little bit of pressure to reorganize his pieces, to actually get to good positions, and a bit of pressure on the queen side. And then we had Carlsen, who decided, okay, not worth it. I'll just give a pawn back to get to an endgame.
Yeah, and Ding gives another pawn for activity. No, he did twice. Here he gives the h7 pawn. And his judgment was correct both times. He was always active enough.
Yeah.
So I guess the lesser player, he might win this, while Carlsen, of course, also feels that, yeah, okay, it's time to bail out. I'll go h4, h5, exchange material, and be done with it.
So not a thriller, but actually we saw excellent technique from both players. Let's switch to Giri Praggnanandhaa.
Giri doing his thing, staying solid, as you indicated, exchanging the queens. Knight b8, very subtle. Maybe it's a good move. Bit too deep for me.
I suppose the knight isn't doing much on c6, and if it comes to d7, then it might flip out to somewhere else like c5.
Yeah, makes sense. Just slow. 92, 97, b4. Knight b6, takes. Knight b3. Nice touch of ab, a5. Yeah, Anish made some progress here. Grabbed a little space. Now d4 is there. While this knight, I guess it would be good here, but it takes a lot of time. Well, keep shuffling it around.
He took the time, so
yeah. But now after knight b5, he has to live with these very weak pawns. Well, if he takes, it doesn't get there, at least not quickly. Some pressure maybe for Mr. Giri.
I don't know. I'm exactly e5 and then the knight will arrive on b5. Still doesn't look like enough to me, but who knows? When the time ticks down.
Wondering where the white knight should go. My first instinct was knight f5, but I'm not sure it does anything much there. Maybe it's more useful over here, just to help these guys. But yeah, hard to believe this is a whole lot.
Isn't the problem for white that actually it's really not possible to dislodge the knight from b5? And I mean, the only way to do that really is to bring the knight somewhere. But I mean, it's not happening. And in fact, you know, if that knight, the white knight on b3 moves, then of course the black knight can come into d4. So yeah. I think Giri has to be a little bit careful. Actually, I'm surprised Pragg went knight c6.
He didn't go e5 here. He went knight c6, which might be holding, but if so, it's barely holding. It takes rook ec1, targeting this guy. I guess he has to go rook a6, rook b8, rook c6. Maybe it's possible to. I don't know.
Yeah, but it seems funny because I don't think he didn't really need to sort of force it in that way. Seems to me. I mean, maybe it's good enough, but a surprising decision to me.
As heavy nodding, supporting his own decision, he seems very comfortable with it.
No, we've got the Pragg forward again.
Yep, takes bc. Maybe he's just seen that his position is stable enough. Rook b8, rook a6, rook b5, c5, and everything simplifies, which might be true.
Yeah.
Anish, when will you suit up? He's been teasing the suit up for days now. We might have to wait till the finals. If he gets there, of course.
Yeah, does he ever get booted and suited?
All the time. He's a very sharp dresser, like very correct, indicating his personality. Like you won't see a lot of pink ties, but no, he's a very nice dresser. His wife, Sopiko, I think, is in charge of most of it. A lot of suits in the Giri closet. Rook c4 plate.
Yeah, but isn't this a little bit irritating? So after rook b8, rook c1?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. c5 is the brutal way. Takes.
So
and
hit the 7th.
Still precision needed, no, with these guys and the 7th rank.
Yeah, definitely.
Now you might survive, but barely. I want to go here.
I see. Okay, rook Don't know, rook e7. What's going on?
Yeah, thought black holes.
Choppity choppity.
Takes e5.
Yeah.
Not enough material. Rook comes somewhere.
I suppose not.
Still looks very close, so not sure.
Mm.
But Anish not going for rook c1 yet. Maybe he's thinking about some subtle move like, I don't know, king h2, g3, but no, here it comes. Rook c1, c5 takes. This will be taken.
By the way,
oh no, d5. Oh, didn't see d5. Smart. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I'm assuming that we don't have to wait till the hour for the next game to start. I guess.
No, every 10 minutes, more or less. After the last game is over, they don't wait for the others.
Fine. Okay. Right. So after d5, so we've got a black rook coming to b5 to scoop up one of the pawns.
Yeah, rook a4, rook b5. Can't keep them all. Rook d4, c6, he's just saying. Not in a hurry. Yeah, good decision, once again. So sharp, these small details, even in endgames. Making his life easier by not allowing any rook to c7. Well played. What can you say?
Giri's interested. You can see he's thinking, okay, just a moment. This still might be my little chance here. There's some way to get to the 7th. Can we do this? Rook d4, c6.
Yeah,
rook
e1, but
rook b7. Okay, rook e6. What happens there?
So do we need to be subtle? Maybe just
so rook e7.
Good old pawn grabbery.
Just grab it. Okay, yeah, h4.
Oh, something. This
one. Okay, that's a killjoy.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like enough.
Buzz Killington. Rook c4. No, yeah, I think it's just not enough to work with. Just equal. Well played, well defended by Praggnanandhaa. This knight c6, yeah, we weren't so thrilled about, but I think it probably just judged correctly that all material disappears, and he's not better in the other positions, so might as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, very well calculated, actually.
So concrete, these young guys. My hand would never play knight c6, just past a pawn, 2 weak pawns, and so on. He doesn't care. He can just calculate his way home.
Okay, so that's what we've got on the board. So just any last trick. Let's try and find some way to keep a little something in the position.
I think white should try to make a draw. This pawn disappears, all of a sudden it's 2 passes.
Well, this is true.
Not saying white is worse, but here I would switch to limiting the danger if possible. How do we do that? Rook d4, c6 will be played. Rook g4, he's trying to counterattack against this guy, if possible.
Okay, so rook aa5.
Yeah, he wants rook g6 and rook c5, rook c6.
Oh, okay, that's the way he's done it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty clean.
Yeah. Black could try, I don't know, king f7, but it's more asking for trouble than anything, I would guess.
Yeah.
Rook f4 check, it doesn't do much. No, I would expect this swap down now. Like, takes, and draw.
Yeah, looks definitely like the way to go.
Mr. Praggnanandhaa, got a different opinion? He has 1 minute 30, so he can't study this forever.
Yeah, well, let's okay. So we'll hang around.
He goes king h7, still saying, nope, not so fast. I shall not allow your rook to g6.
I like the spirit. That's good. Just squeeze everything out.
Spirit is good, but position is not better. Rook a7.
Yeah, rook a7.
Stopping this. How do we do this? Rook e6, rook c5, rook g6, rook c7, a6, for example.
Yeah.
Or can... Nah, it's just a draw. Now I can go a7 and take here next, and if c5, rook c6, takes. White isn't losing this either. Anish! We're both members of the Chicken Chess Club. I'm sure Anish is calculating the exact same lines here. He could maybe start with a6. He starts with rook d6.
Oh, okay.
Just making sure none of these pawns ever move. Even safer. But yeah, it's a draw. Eventually, these pawns will disappear.
By the way, Prag's rating there is 2706. Is that a live rating, or is that?
I think that's the rapid rating, but I'm not sure because they also have their own rating system for the tour. I'm not sure if it's that. I would think it's the rapid ratings, but
okay,
correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure Sotiris knows.
I'm just going to check on the live rating list. Yeah, I think it must be rapid because I can't see him on the.
These pawns got exchanged in the meantime. Yeah, there's not much to play for, I would expect. Maybe not this move, but a rook exchange or a move repetition fairly quickly. Rook 5 to a6.
Yeah, I mean, his actual FIDE rating is 2642, which sort of doesn't feel as though it's right.
No, it's probably a little low, but
And there we have it. A draw is on the board. So, two games that had some content, quite technical. I think the Carlsen Ding one was certainly a little bit more interesting, but basically superb technique from both all four players there. So I think, well, if these first games are anything to go by, I think we could well be heading for tie breaks if the players are as well matched in the next games, but we'll see. Should we take a short break there? And we'll be back in round about 5 minutes. So do join us for game 2. We'll be back soon.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented Aimchess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not. That's because you're not using Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess, or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aimchess. Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aimchess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aimchess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aimchess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aimchess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aimchess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a queen's gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aimchess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aimchess, okay? Just... Come on. Literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go. Alright? Jesus Christ.
Welcome back, everybody, here on the Chess24 GM channel. I hope all you guys are grandmasters, because this is a very exclusive club and only grandmasters are allowed to watch this program, where we see arguably the two best grandmasters in the whole world. World champion, world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, and world number 2, Ding Liren, fighting in these semifinals of the Chessable Masters. First game in a draw. Second game has just started. It's a good old Nimzo Indian. Pawn to e3. Very classical move. It's called the Rubinstein variation. I don't know who it's named after. Castles, knight to f3. Pawn to c5. Bishop to d3. And this position has been topical for decades now. The old main line is short castles, c takes d, e takes d, d takes c, bishop takes c4, pawn to b6. So-called Karpov variation, which is considered just a rock from Black's point of view. Black's doing very well there. So Ding decides to go a different direction. He goes c takes d5 instead of castles. And to my mild surprise, Magnus Carlsen goes e takes d5 here. Does not play c takes d4, which I would think is the main move. Then e takes d4, knight takes d5, with a different type of isolated queen's pawn position. But Carlsen goes e takes d, and d takes c. Now that I think about it, I think this is actually the main line. D takes c, and Black has a choice between bishop g4 and knight bd7. The world champion showing that he knows some theory here, even in the Nimzo, which he doesn't play every game. But of course, it's such an opening staple that Magnus will have had plenty of games in it as well. Goes bishop g4. Short castles by Ding. And knight bd7, sort of typical for these lines, looks a bit strange. But Black wants to spend a bit of time to recapture here with the knight gaining control over the e4 square in the process. Now, let's see how Ding wants to handle this. Bishop e2 is the first move that would come to my mind, just unpinning and sidestepping, getting hit by the knight. But there might be better. Ding thinking for the first time as we approach 1 a.m. in China. Magnus is in Denmark in what looks to be a very nice, I assume, rental house. Although, is he frozen or is he just, has he turned catatonic there? No, I think his camera froze. Let's ask body language expert, Daniel King. I'm wondering if the cameras of the players froze. I think with Ding, there's very limited movement, but Magnus, I haven't seen anything happening. So I'm assuming his camera is frozen.
It looks like it to me, yeah.
That'd
Pity.
be
I think
amazing.
we need the cam.
He did
Okay,
bring
what we got?
his technician, Peter Heine Nielsen, with him, but I'm not sure. Maybe Peter Heine is now frantically trying to fix the webcam. Unsuccessfully so far.
Is Magnus a bit of a techie, or is he just sort of let others do the fiddling?
I don't think he's much of a techie. I think he can be when he has to, but I've never seen him all that interested in tech stuff. But sometimes he surprises you, and he's able to set up a Zoom call and stuff like.
Oh,
which is, as we all know, the highest level of tech mastery, like arranging a Zoom meeting. But things where you would think he wouldn't bother with. But no, I don't think he's much of a techie. He's still taught by chess books. He's very old school.
Taught by chess books? You mean he reads chess books?
I'm not sure if he still does, but he's certainly not, because he's on the verge, this generation of guys that are around 30 now. Some of them already came up just playing on the internet. But Magnus, well, as is well documented, he likes his chess books, and he read everything at a very young age, sitting there at the dinner table with his chess books. So he's still very, very old school in that way. Doesn't mean he doesn't have computers, but I don't think he's a typical product of this internet chess generation.
That's good. I approve. So, Jan, could you just give me a quick recap? Sorry, I had to dive off to refill my mug of tea.
No worries. Not so much has happened. They're playing the Nimzo Indian. The old main line, very classical stuff, c5, d5 here, where after castles, this dc4 line is in great shape. So Ding played c takes d5, and I was trying to figure out, I think that e takes d5 is the move here. I was wondering if in this move order, White has some trickery, like queen c2, why they don't play this way. I guess it's queen c2 hitting h7, and maybe White gained little something, but not
maybe.
Sure.
It's a Caro-Kann, isn't it, really?
Yeah, you can also castle here. Maybe castles is better than queen c2. Because there are some tricks towards h7. So White is just trying to get a slightly better version of these IQP positions. But Black is saying, no, I'll be the one playing with the IQP. Bishop g4. We should maybe mention what IQP stands for, but I have no idea. What does it mean?
In Internet Qualitative Protocol, I don't know.
That was my best. International Queen Promotion. No, it means isolated queen's pawn, which is a queen's pawn in the middle, that can no longer be covered by any of his neighbors. And it's a fairly common structure for either side, where you accept this pawn weakness, but in return, you get free development for your pieces.
Feels like absolutely decent one for Black, considering that White has gone to and fro with bishop d3 back to e2. And Black's pieces are already so active. I mean, I realize, yes, the knight on d7 is normally on c6, but actually it has a very solid appearance here, Black's position.
Yeah, I don't know.
Also, the bishop on d2, don't think much of it for White.
I kind of like it for White, because, yeah, as you mentioned, you play knight d7 with the intention to take here. But if you take with the knight now, you have to give up the bishop, which isn't great. So Black had to readjust, go bishop c5, which admittedly makes bishop d2 look a little stupid. But this knight also makes sure you never get in d4. And in a slowish game, I always believe in the side playing against the IQP. Not saying it's anything drastic, but I don't think it's great for Black.
There you go. I would be content with black in this position.
Yeah, no, it could very much be a matter of taste.
Yeah.
Queen b3 played. Ding. Very direct guy. Just says. Let me attack some of your pawns. Do you really want to put a knight on b6? I would guess the answer is no.
Yeah, but why not, actually?
No concrete reason. Just who said it? Tartakova or somebody? Knight on b6 is always misplaced.
Did he say that?
Somebody said it. I'm not sure if it was Tartakova.
Tartakova said a lot of things. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it can actually be disturbed in this kind of position with a4. So yeah, it's not absolutely ideal. Yeah, rook d1 and bishop e1. Yeah, looks possible. Okay, let's just put the knight back. Let's have a little think.
Queen b6 is possible.
Is he really going to take on d5 though? Might do.
I doubt it, because b2 is hanging. But yeah, it's an important little tactic, because here there's this Zwischenschach.
Good.
Thank you.
I've introduced Zwischenschach to West London. You'll be pleased to hear.
Excellent. I'm sure people love the sound of it.
They do. Yeah, maybe okay for black.
Not sure. b7 is also dropping. Yeah, it continues. Yeah, maybe. Maybe queen b6, knight e5. Not such a good idea. Or can we improve on that line somehow? Could start with this. Not sure it does anything. I don't know. Bit awkward. I like this move, queen b3.
Yeah, it puts the question. It's an awkward question to answer. Yeah, and as we can see that from the clock times down to 9 minutes, and Magnus is still frozen.
Yeah, unfreeze Magnus. I don't know if you can do something active like knight e4. Where does this go? We'll switch to Praggnanandhaa and Giri in a minute. They're back there. But knight e4, queen d5. Not sure. He might be thinking about stuff like this. If he gets enough activity here.
Bishop e1.
Yeah, not sure how much it is.
Yeah, it's like these von Hennig-Schara positions, isn't it? These
exactly, yeah.
Yeah, with black just has a little bit of activity and not so easy for white to unwind.
We'll see what he decides.
Sorry, I was just going to say Pragg and Giri have kicked off, and well, we've got a nice, sharp, old mainline Grunfeld. It's kind of unusual these days to play with this old way, bishop c4 and knight e2.
No, I think it's still around, like, because especially in these positions,
yeah,
computers have started saying h4 in every single position, and yeah, here it comes h4, and this has revitalized all this old classical Spassky setup, like that. Now they're trying to run to h6 in every single line, and let's see how Giri handles it. Big expert on all things Grunfeld or chess openings, really. Mr. Anish. H4.
Yeah, but it's funny. I don't really associate Anish with the Grunfeld that much.
Oh no, he's played it a lot. Played a lot of it.
But maybe in past years, but not so much recently.
Do not agree.
He seems to know his stuff.
yeah, that's for sure. I've seen this position before. I think in Maxim's game, maybe against Wang Hao. Also Praggnanandhaa, extremely booked up. He's not surprised by any of this. Point is, I believe that queen h5, knight g3, this queen is a bit short of squares.
Certainly seems to be.
Yep. Can't recall what they were doing here. Queen takes e4, I'm assuming, leads to similar queen trapping problems. Yep.
So
Nice little move, queen c1.
Yeah, Pragg knows his stuff. He clearly all prep.
Anish seems surprised by this one.
Yeah.
Let me just try to look up what that game I'm thinking of was. Will only take like 10-15 minutes for me to research. Database.
Yeah, that's a testing move. Very testing indeed.
Yeah, Wang Hao MVL was played indeed. But there, White didn't play Queen C1, which seems to be the fresh idea. He took on G6 and played F3, and it ended peacefully. But after Queen C1, he did the impossible. Got Giri out of book. Not only does it indirectly defend the pawns, it also prepares H6, which, as mentioned, is what White wants now in every single of these Grunfeld lines. So
this is really impressive. It's very impressive that Pragg has done this.
C takes D, C takes D. The pawn still can't be taken. But if Black develops quickly, of course, there are downsides to Queen C1, like Rook C8, Knight A5 will very quickly ask some questions. So let's see what Pragg has in mind.
So Bishop G5, then the Queen, I guess, can just take on E4 with impunity.
Another question I have is, can we take now? Because now after CD, I don't trap the queen so easily anymore. No? Like Knight G3, Queen H4, and if Bishop G5, it escapes.
Yeah. True.
I'm assuming Pragg is ready for this turn of events, but I don't see the win yet.
Yeah, interesting.
Here.
Bishop, yeah, Bishop G5 takes Knight G3, and there's Bishop D4 check.
Yeah, Bishop D4 is awkward, maybe even directly.
Yeah. Don't know. He's taken on E4.
He does take. I assume the reply will be blitzed out, and it is indeed.
Rook D1.
Rook D1.
Very calm. And now he's threatening to trap the queen. Giri has gone into the tank here. He's really concentrating, and Pragg, well, obviously in his prep, he's just banging out the moves. He's just, yeah, you can see him on camera.
Yeah, this is good stuff. Like,
yeah,
of course, nothing special. Generally, they have a position that's been played at the highest level, and he probably played one of the first computer lines. But this choosing a line that asks questions and that can put your opponent out of book, especially if your opponent is Anish, who knows everything. This is an art in itself, and Pragg, and I'm sure he has many helpers. Ramesh, the most prominently the big-time Indian coach. They seem to be making a lot of progress in that department as well, like just opening prep. So nice stuff. I have no idea what the position is, but just the time and the faces tell the story, no?
Team training camp. And, you know, it's not, you know, one might think.
Yeah, maybe they have a WhatsApp group and they're knock yourself out. Seems to be a lot of work being done, also a lot of money around for chess standards, because I think many Indian companies, they are working with excellent coaches and having training camps, and clearly also the funding, which by now I would guess Pragg is making very decent money, but you also need the funding to get started as an, I don't know, 10-year-old traveling the world, traveling Europe, playing all these chess tournaments.
Well, I think that these big corporations have to give by law a percentage of profits. I think, you know, something like 1% to I think it's called a social fund or something like that. And a lot of these companies use that money to fund chess players, basically, to either employ them or fund their travel and coaching. So I think this has made a massive difference to Indian chess.
Sure.
Yeah.
Knight C3 played.
Queen H4, Bishop G5. Is this still working? Takes and Bishop E2.
He went Knight A5 first of all, which might be good, but it's not the first move that would come to mind. I think it's maybe also trying to create some retreat squares for the queen here.
Yeah, I think that's what
which
it
is
is.
why Knight C3 is played, not Knight G3. So after Queen C6, there's Bishop B5.
I assume he's going back to B7, but well, maybe not. Yeah, but maybe instead Queen C6, Bishop B5, and just put the queen on C7. Not sure.
Ja. Hi Nelly, kannst du gute Nacht sagen? Ne, was los?
Ah,
my daughter
we
wants
have
to say hi.
That's nice.
Wir reden Englisch, Nelly. Kannst du Englisch? So,
ne? What's your daughter's name?
It's Nelly.
Nelly. Hi, Nelly.
She can't hear you because I'm wearing headphones.
Very nice.
Was los, Nelly? Für wen bist du? Für Anish oder für Praggnanandhaa? She knows Anish. Anish has been here.
It's mir ganz egal. It's mir ganz egal.
Anish has kids, the age of my kids, so they've hung out, but she doesn't seem to show any loyalty or interest, frankly.
The queen actually did go back to B7.
Yeah, went here. Yeah, makes sense. Not losing the tempo. I guess Bishop E2 to ask questions here.
Yep. We should switch to Ding Liren against Magnus Carlsen, because Magnus actually gave up that pawn on D5. So it went Queen B3, Bishop D6. So I guess just making room for the knight to come to C5.
Yep.
And
takes.
Took.
It's very reminiscent of these Shara Henning, whatever it's called, positions that you mentioned earlier, where black is a clean pawn down. It doesn't have any structural compensation. It's just trying with a bit of activity to neutralize it. Is it enough, though? Carlsen took 10 minutes. It's not like he prepared any of this.
Well, but I mean, both players have really burned the time. 6 minutes against 5 minutes.
What is going on? Knight to E5. Threatening at least to take here. I was going to say threatening to win the queen, but it's not actually threatening that.
No.
Because the bishop on F3 covers it. Takes, and if queen takes. Now, after rook D1, there's no longer bishop H2, because this guy is covered. So what do you want, Magnus?
I don't know.
If white is given time, he's just going to win with bishop C3. Better do something fast.
Curious, actually. It's not an obvious move, as you say. You know, if the move you'd like to play is just Queen E7, but yeah, Bishop C3 just kind of cements everything.
Yeah. Oops.
Yeah. Then White's very happy. This is tricky.
Yeah, we need something fast. I just don't see it.
Magnus,
maybe the best there is just exchange everything and try to hold some position like this, but it doesn't look exactly.
Yeah,
but fun.
B7 is on as well.
Yeah, bishop C3 is coming.
Yeah.
Magnus, are you in trouble? Verstehst du alles, was ich sage? Nee, auf Englisch? Nee.
Nee, okay.
Soll ich dir beibringen? Kennst du den? Der ist auch Norweger. My daughter's Norwegian. She only has a Norwegian passport. But she's still not impressed by seeing Magnus on screen. Maybe because he's frozen. I think if he was moving.
Yeah. He's frozen. And Ding, well, we can see Ding batting his eyelids, but he's pretty focused.
Rook c2 played. Looks random, but at least it stops bishop c3. Still, it feels wrong. The rook is there on a solo mission. Yep.
Sag's nicht nochmal.
Ich habe nicht gehört, welche Kopfhörer.
Ich will nicht mehr sagen.
Yeah, so what happens on bishop c3, rook e2, and then knight e5?
So direct.
Okay, so we cement the bishop and then just take here.
Yeah.
And I can spot there are 2 bishops on prise.
That's a lot of bishops.
Yeah, it's enough bishops.
I don't know. This just looks like something's gone very wrong for Magnus. No, probably rook c2 wasn't because he likes it so much, but because he couldn't see anything good. So,
is he wanting to play after bishop c3? Does he want knight f3, bishop f3, queen h4? Is that the trick? So you got something like that. Is that legal?
And confirm it's legal.
Or bishop h2 and queen h4.
Even legaler.
Yeah, because maybe after queen h4, g3 was an issue, but maybe bishop h2 is actually okay.
Sorry, I got so excited. I moved the board a little bit here. And I hope it's still more or less on screen.
I guess that's the problem from White's viewpoint.
Yeah, this doesn't look right.
Who's operating the mouse? Is that Nelly?
Yeah, she's at the very least restricting my mouse operating arm. Apologies.
That's okay. That's
right
nice. And who did the face painting?
I don't know. Like, she lives a fun life, unlike me. So they spent the day in a German amusement park. That's something fun-loving Germans endorse.
I was going to say, that's not an oxymoron, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, ha.
They have all the good stuff, like Peppa Pig World to roller coasters, and apparently a place where you can get face paintings.
Excellent. That sounds good.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we're back with rook c2, and yeah, you're right. Bishop c3. It's a bit overzealous. What about the chicken version, bishop e1?
Oh, to cover f2.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm just trying to make some tactic work anyway. Yeah, maybe.
I don't see it yet, at least from Black's perspective.
Yeah. Ding's down to 2.5 minutes. So this is getting pretty tight now. They're really trying hard. They're trying to play proper chess, basically.
Yeah.
But they don't have the time for it. So it's going to get interesting.
Especially these guys, they can be so precise. With Magnus, that was the narrative for years. The level barely drops from classical to rapid. I'm not sure if that's true, but still, he blunders very, very little. And with Ding, we've also seen he sometimes gets into trouble, but usually even with very little time, he finds ways to calculate his way out of it. And he's played bishop e1. He's an excellent player.
Well worked out. Yes. We did actually discover why in the end.
Yeah. No, I guess it was the same thought process. Bishop c3 looks normal.
Yeah.
Then you spot this counterplay, so gotta cover the pawn. And what can Magnus do? Bishop e1, if I read the engine bar correctly, wasn't what the computer wanted. Just because I'm curious, let me check for 1 second. Whoa! Computer says bishop to b4 and white wins. We considered the other squares, but this is the one.
but it wanted G takes F3 in this position.
Yeah, because bishop F3, there's the same bishop H2 trick. And this you need iron nerves in rapid to allow bishop H2, king G2.
Okay, you're not going to work that out.
There are more pieces hanging on your side, but yeah, this looks tough for human beings. How does this even go? Okay, it's nice, just computer stuff. Yeah, here takes rook E2 and queen F3, and somehow white covers everything. And then,
well, good luck with that. Yeah,
engine's good, but yeah, bishop E1 played, much more natural solution. Rook takes E2. Knight takes E5. How do we keep our material together now? Oh, can't take? My point is, if queen D8, we have this. All of a sudden, we're in great shape with the two bishops.
Nice. Okay, so what do we play on that one? So we play queen takes instead.
Just queen takes, white is still pawn up. But maybe that's the best black has, yeah, like opposite colored bishops, pawn down. Is there another way to do this? No. Rook E1, rook E1. No, there's nothing.
Yeah, well, that's a little bit uncomfortable for black.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And Magnus down to a minute.
Still frozen, isn't he?
He is frozen, but his position is frozen.
Yeah.
Yep.
He does take, queen takes. Can't full ding. Oh, there's the trick. I was looking for it. I couldn't spot it. Rook E3. Nice. Wow. That's very, very pretty. Queen is hanging, but rook E3.
Okay, it's still tiny bit worse here.
That's a big pawn to get rid of.
Yeah, but A7 is hanging.
Yeah.
Maybe it's more than tiny. Maybe it's significant.
I wouldn't think so. Here with the opposite colored bishops, if black gets time to stabilize, I'm not sure if he does, but brings the bishop back to somewhere, E6, C6. Not sure how big a deal that pawn is. Oh. But of course, white is better if anybody. Bishop C3, and yeah, black will go bishop G4, bishop E6, F6. I guess you're supposed to hold these, but still suffering.
Yeah, certainly. I'm not quite sure why Ding is actually hesitating about snapping the pawn off.
There he goes.
Okay, he's done it. Minute and a half each. Just before we see the end of this one, let's just switch to Pragg against Giri, because that's a really interesting position with currently white 2 pawns down, but with that fantastic pawn on H6, so a lovely blockade on D4.
It looks dangerous.
Really dangerous for black. At some moments, I imagine black is going to have to play the pawn to F6.
What should white do? Is there anything direct? Like normal moves would be something like queen F4, queen F4, I guess, forcing F6 or takes an F6. Just looks very, very unpleasant. It's like all these Lila Zero or Alpha Zero stockfish games, no? Like they calmly sacrifice 2 pawns and act like nothing happens, put a pawn on H6, and then slowly checkmate you on the king side. Or sometimes it changes to some end game where white still keeps the pressure because the black king is just boxed in forever. Like here, rook D1, and sooner or later tends to fall apart. Good stuff by Pragg.
Okay, we're a bit of a way from that, but yeah, we can imagine a scenario where the D pawn drops without too much hassle, actually.
Yeah.
And then the basic problem is black's king. Yeah.
His pawn is it's not just the checkmates on g7, but also the back rank mates. There's never any king g7, and just a lack of breathing space for the king. We knew it wasn't a bad idea, but how good an idea it was and in how many positions they go for this, I think, is really a trend of the last 2-3 years, ever since Leela and AlphaZero entered our lives.
Well, we can see Anish is really knuckling down there. And
he looks sad. Is he crying? Looks like he's crying. It's okay, by the way. Oh, no. It was just the angle.
Yeah, but Pragg certainly looks more interested in this position than Anish. Yeah, this is going to be hard work for black. Yeah, interesting. And if we dip back to Ding and Carlsen,
that's less fun. It's this endgame pawn up for Ding. Actually, I like White's chances better with the queens off. Maybe he couldn't stop it, but I thought with the queens on, this should be easier to defend for black because there's more counterplay against the white king. Why exchange the queens, Magnus? Okay, queen d4 sort of forced the issue. I don't know. How big would you think White's winning chances are here? I'm not sure.
I mean, maybe not so great specifically here because there does seem to be a little bit of an issue with the pawn on b3, actually.
Oops. Yeah, can we go bishop c5 just to...
Yeah, but they've been doing that a couple of times, haven't they?
Bishop c5, rook e5, that's the game, actually. Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
So b4, then rook g5. At the very least, forces g3, which we don't want.
Yeah, so maybe Ding has run into a little bit of technical problem here. That's what we've got. They've repeated again, so well, is he going to go for it? Let's see.
I'm going to find a way to continue the game, but probably not to win, yeah? Yeah, b4 played, rook g5,
interesting.
g4. Yeah, g4 is better than g3, of course. f5. Regaining the pawn, yeah? f4, rook g6. Ding's just going to run. Yeah, b5. Bishop f3. Just a5, I guess, or maybe some king h2.
F3, king h2 takes h4, maybe. Oh, it's got
the, yeah, the bishop was still hanging, so he had to get out of the way, but now it's good.
Yeah, and now h4.
Or sure, is there a threat?
Maybe
or maybe just run. Yeah,
yeah, maybe push.
Many options. King g3 also there. Yeah. Although king g3, I'm not sure it helped. Yeah.
Yeah.
g2, because now these pawns actually aren't moving. King g3 might have been wrong. It was very natural.
Yeah.
But immobilized his own pawns. Still h4, I guess. If anybody's better, it's white, but it looks like the worst is very much over for Magnus. Equal material, pawns not running.
Yeah, but I mean, he can put the rook on c7, so it's not quite over.
Still gotta pay attention.
But should be. Yeah, looks like the worst is over, and his time has bounced up a bit.
Yeah, just rook f6, rook c7, rook f7. That's probably
okay.
Precise move.
Yeah, I think now the danger does seem to have passed, and the bishop can just bounce back to f3 if necessary. Yeah.
Let's see, Mr. Anish. Bishop d4, rook d8, takes. I didn't go queen f4, he just takes directly. Any tactics here? Not yet, yeah? Knight d5 takes. I was wondering about some sneaky move like queen d2, but I'm not sure how much it does.
But I don't see why White needs to rush into this.
Yeah, no particular reason. Fancy play syndrome. Then again, what should White do? Here he goes.
No, he's done it. And now Pragg is the one that has burned his time down. He's just under 4 minutes and Anish 6 minutes.
Anish very practical. Even when ambushed, he didn't end up in big time trouble. But his king is still in big trouble. So I'm assuming the point is bishop d5, queen d2. Not sure if you throw in a check, but probably not. And even if black remains a pawn up, it's still very, very unpleasant with this. Pawn on h6 once the bishop gets here. Distance 4, dominating the knight.
Back to your distance 4.
Yeah. And the trick, of course, is here. Takes, and there are back rank mates all over the place. I don't know if this line continues, but I guess not. Rook d7 or queen f6, yeah, doesn't continue much. What happens after rook takes, by the way? Doesn't look like it should work. Now, yeah, he's taken with the bishop. Just curious, but I guess there's something.
Yeah, queen g5.
Something directed. G5, f5. Oh. Can we take his... No, queen f7 is still there. Nope.
Yeah, but...
Still, this looks lost. I don't know. Some move. Rook e1, rook c1.
Yeah, rook e1, I was thinking.
Anyway, let's see the game. He went bishop takes. Praggnanandhaa now considering if he should give a check somewhere or go for this queen d2 move.
Three minutes, 5 minutes. Oh, and draw already in Ding against Carlsen.
Yeah, no surprises there. Close one for Magnus. Yeah, got into some trouble. Queen d2 played by Pragg. Very unpleasant for Anish. It's just, this king is never safe. Like, it's hard to think of a safe construction for it. Other than removing the h6 pawn, which will be very hard to do.
Okay, so he's going to have to play f6, right? I'm assuming. So just how bad is this position? If black just plays f6 in here, takes, and then, okay, we move the queen. Okay, for the moment, we'll put it, okay, d7, I don't mind. Let's see.
Yeah. I don't know how bad, but I would think it's bad. Like, ideally, I want to stop the knight from reshuffling. I'm not sure I'll
manage. That's definitely going to be my next little spin with black.
Yeah, let's say, I don't know. Let's see, 3. Feels very dangerous.
Knight b7 impossible. Yeah, that can be taken. Takes on d8, queen f6. Yeah, that's... He's actually played queen e7.
Queen e7. Similar. Check. f6. Bishop d5. Can he go knight b7 now? Maybe this is important. Now if takes, here's this intermezzo. Takes.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though. You
takes,
still take queen f6. Let's just show it.
So far so good, but this is still unpleasant. It's not over yet because black isn't forced to take. Can go king g8, but it does not look great.
No.
Sometimes this pawn is just an asset so deep into the game. Sometimes even here, this can be troubles.
Yep.
Praggnanandhaa took with the rook, clearing the way for his other rook to go to e1, which also looks very nice. No, he's just playing a model game here with the h-pawn, with the queen c1 novelty. And yeah, catching Anish off guard in any theoretical line is not easy at all. Impressive stuff. Also so unafraid. Yeah, I guess these young guys, they don't think in such categories at all, but often against the Grunfeld, you can choose a line where you have a draw in hand. He's just going straight for the kill. Very impressive. And I keep saying every day his opponent is the favorite. So far, he keeps proving us wrong.
Yeah, and the tactic is still the problem. So if we exchange on d5 and knight b7 still doesn't, I don't think it works because of rook e1.
It's always back rank issues, yeah.
Oh. So queen moves, and then we're back to this routine.
Same old.
Yeah. So this is the issue. So the rook is on d5 at the moment.
Yeah.
But I mean, assume that black should be exchanging this rook off.
Promise, it's just, I think, also bad strategically, even if there's no direct tactics. If this knight doesn't come back, white has all the time in the world there. Missing pawn is really not felt, just rook e1, and something's going to give you. Praggnanandhaa looking interested. He always does, though. Rook c8 by Anish. That makes sense, not allowing this bishop to dominate the knight. Queen somewhere. I don't even know. Maybe you can go rook e1. Maybe we've reached the stage where these endgames are not tenable for black either.
Nice move. I like that a lot. That's really nice. Just to gain a tempo with the queen. Oh, excuse me, with the rook.
And the tactics are still there, like knight c6.
Yeah.
Oh, no, now there's no rook f7. But
yeah, but rook c7 anyway.
Yeah, I was hoping for some trick, but it doesn't work at all. No, it's just doesn't work. So after rook e1, black would probably have to sidestep, but now
okay, now
this looks on the verge of collapsing now.
Wow. Yeah, and then black has to defend the 7th and the 8th rank. This is the problem, actually. So rook c7 doesn't feel like it's good enough.
Yeah, it's just...
Oh, wow. What a position.
Rook e1 played.
Sharp. This is really good stuff.
Yeah.
As you say, it's one of those kind of model games, the kind of game that I use for, you know, my test game column.
Very much so.
Just everything flowing. And
I grew up with that column, by the way. When my first chess club experiences were going to the Hamburg Chess Club in, what year was it? 1990, somewhere around that. And we had this Schach Magazine 64. My first coach, Vincent Kulanowski, rest in peace. He would do these Test Your Chess by Daniel King with us. And we would go through games and get points for the moves and so on. It was good fun.
Yeah, there you go. It's still going, unbelievably. Yeah.
But
it used to be, it got to a point where it turned into an absolute drag. But I've doing this monthly column, but I've come full circle again.
Right.
And I'm really proud of it, actually. You know, it's been going a long time, but it's a discipline, you know.
Yeah. Maybe it's like going to the gym. Yeah, you can't always have motivation for it, but if it becomes habit, then it's fine, or it's not like that.
Yeah, little bit. Whatever chaos is going on in my life, I know, you know, once a month,
got to that one.
I sit down and I spend a day, and that's my day.
Yeah.
It's okay. I enjoy it, actually. Seriously, you know, it's a little bit of routine that's quite nice. Yeah, as you say, a bit like going to the gym. You know.
Knight c4 played. What's going on here, by the way? Queen a3 might be crushing. I'm surprised because I would think not allowing this knight into the game with tempo would be a priority, but probably he's just calculated his way home.
Ooh,
knight c4, queen e7, endgame's still probably horrible.
Yeah, Valbar got very excited. Yeah, he's just taken on E5 and E7. That's game over.
Whoa, this is...
That's it.
He wanted some Queen C1, but it doesn't work. Yeah, like, what's going on?
Well, you've just got Bishop D1. Isn't that just it?
Yeah, Queen H6.
Queen E5.
But it's not good enough, yeah?
He just forgot about that. That's game over.
Yeah, he saw this last trick.
Absolutely fantastic. I will be using this game for that column.
It's a beautiful game.
Yeah, really fantastic, actually. And Anish, well, he's now staring out the window.
Yeah, he's missed his Bishop D1, B3, but his position was bad. It's not like it's in one move blunder. It was on the verge of collapsing, and then things tend to collapse. It's just a very nice game.
Oh, shaking his head. Can't believe it. But yeah, like you say, he was under sustained pressure.
Yeah. First game Anish loses in this tournament. No, I don't think he lost in the qualifiers, and he didn't lose one.
That's correct. He was
yesterday
unbeaten in the qualifiers. Yeah. And very smooth yesterday.
And Pragg has turned from intense focus to relaxing a little bit. Game is over, sir.
Nothing to do. Absolutely brilliant.
Speaking of absolutely brilliant and Indian, I'm not sure this is very useful information for you or our viewers, but I watched a movie last night, which is called Triple R or RRR. It's an Indian, how would you call this? Epos drama with a lot of CGI action, 3 hours long, and it's fantastic. Like, it crushes everything Marvel or Hollywood CGI action can show you. There's insane sequences with, I don't know, it's very hard to describe, but highly recommended. Triple R, it's worth your time.
That sounds intriguing. Let's just recap where we're at. We've had 2 draws in Magnus Carlsen against Ding Yuren. Very tight games indeed. But first blood today in the match between Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa and Anish Giri. First game drawn, and now this absolutely splendid game from Pragg, who has trounced Giri with a very interesting opening novelty and then sustained pressure. And you can see it is game over. It is going to be checkmate in this position with the bishop bouncing out to b3 after king g8. Let's just have it on the board. There we go. Brilliant game and really, really impressive. I mean, Pragg, let's just think back. Well, a few weeks ago, he was playing the Esports Cup in Oslo, and Giri defeated him twice in their match. And now, a few weeks later, it's like he's grown up again. And now, first blood, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and Anish, with his back against the wall now, down 1.5-1/2, needs to win one of the next 2 to prolong the match. Ideally, the next one, where is the white pieces? Because, well, first of all, it's tough to beat anybody with black. And Anish's style is also not really built to playing, whatever, the Jack Benoni and taking a bad position and mixing it. He's a very classical guy. So the next game with the white pieces will be very, very important for him to come back. The other match, 2 draws.
I think that one is going to go to a tiebreak. I'll be amazed if... well, let's see. It's going to be an intriguing couple of games because if either player manages to get a win, then that could be decisive. So anyway, that game really, really tight.
I believe in Magnus. Now, 3rd game, he's like the Golden State Warriors. 3rd quarter, he's going to come out and destroy the competition. Now with white, he's going to win. That's my prediction.
Let's see. Jan, we'll take a short break. And we'll be back with 3rd games in both matches very shortly.
Hey everybody, Edward Rad here, and today I'm your roving reporter for Play Magnus and the Champions Chess Tour. As you can see behind me, we're at the new Art Dealers Alliance Fair in the Lower East Side, Pier 36. A lot of beautiful art inside, but we also have something special. We've partnered up with the Chess in the Schools program to bring you a tournament for kids with a special prize, an NFT participation trophy, perhaps a world's first. So, are you ready? Come on, follow me.
The event. I mean, I think it's just something that like Vlad and I have been talking about for a long time. Play Magnus has been a big supporter of chess in the schools, for many, many years, and we've always been trying to do small events with them, and finally, something like this can come together where the kids get exposure to the art world where often or many times they wouldn't be able to, and it's just a cool thing to do, and we love it, and we want to do more of this.
Well, again, I'm not an expert on chess, nor am I an expert on education, but I do really believe in giving kids a place to collaborate, a space to collaborate and learn and try something new, maybe excel more in school. I would feel like I'm just making friends, and so, just watching these students play with one another and get friendly, competitive, and having a great time.
I'm feeling really pumped. The people here are really good at chess, so yeah, I'm excited.
And you actually played a few games with international master Dimitri Schneider, who's also the CFO of Play Magnus Group. So how was that?
I got destroyed.
There's a saying that not every artist is a chess player, but every chess player is an artist. You play some chess, so what do you think?
Duchamp, yeah, that's a famous Marcel Duchamp quote. Of course, Marcel Duchamp is one of the most famous, if not the most famous artist that also devoted his life to chess. He talked a lot about the creativity inherent to chess. We're taking that idea and also the kind of energy and creativity of youth, of young people that are enriching their lives through chess, exhibiting like the enormous amount of power and creativity through the movement of the pieces on the board.
It's part of our mission to introduce more people to play, watch, and learn chess. And this is our duty to provide resources and support to nonprofits like this that encourage the learning of life through chess, and so we've been doing it, and we're only going to do more of this.
I think in New York City, chess as an after-school program is kind of a really cool thing. I've always thought when I'm growing up that like being in the chess club was for geeks, nerds, that kind of thing. Or the kids in the chess club, they believe that they are the cool kids, and that's kind of an interesting thing. In New York City, you have kids like IS 318 in Brooklyn who are the national champions, right? For them, that's everything. They are more popular in their school than the sports stars now in some cases. Chess is kind of blown up in a lot of ways because of someone like Magnus Carlsen, right? Who made chess so popular. I think every school wants chess. Now we're in 100 public schools teaching chess and after school in schools, but there's a wait list of 200 other schools that want chess. Every principal wants chess in their school so their kids can benefit and receive the benefits of the program and add it to what they offer.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome back. We're into game 3. Magnus Carlsen against Ding Liren. That one has kicked off already. We're still waiting for Anish Giri and Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa to resume. But we're into game 3 already between Carlsen, white, Ding with black. And we have another kind of Bretty position on the board. But Magnus just played d3 this time. And it was some kind of King's Indian-y position. Let's have a look. Jan is back as well.
Yeah, they're continuing this debate. This time no d4 from Magnus. He switches to the King's Indian attack with pawn to d3, which I said last game. No one's afraid of this, but he has a very specific idea in mind, this pawn to e4, which is possible in this move order when black has played c5 early instead of bishop e7 and castles. The point being that if this gets taken, then white gets a lot of positional compensation by going knight to e5. This is known to be dangerous, so Ding does not bite, goes castles, not worried about this e5. But Magnus is saying, you know what, I'll keep offering this pawn. Maybe you want it one day. This a4 is a move I've never seen. Maybe it was in one of the training camps and I was playing balloons while it was debated, but I don't think I've seen this. Knight c6, bishop to f4. Just keep sacrificing the pawn. And now Ding says, enough is enough. Gimme. Knight e5, that's the idea. Opening up the bishop. Takes. Bishop to f6, trying to neutralize this guy. White is a pawn down, but this position looks nice. I'm not sure if it's better or just compensation, but let's say takes and knight somewhere, c3 or a3. Black still needs a while to get the pieces out, no?
So we're going to get another of these positions where basically one side or the other sort of gives up a pawn to neutralize any little initiative here.
Yeah. Not sure how much is this particular after knight c3, bishop d7. It sure looks fine. And if takes, rook b8 to recapture here. So can Magnus do anything better here? He's thinking, maybe he's thinking about bishop somewhere, bishop c7 or I guess c7 to keep hitting this knight. How's that go?
Okay, let's try.
I guess we should take. This knight doesn't want to go here. Takes, rook a2.
Can you go knight c3 here?
I would think you have to, no? Two pieces are attacked.
No, and that knight is weirdly trapped. So rook takes bishop. Knight takes rook b3 or b5. I don't know which one.
Yeah, I was afraid after c4 we're not really getting.
Rook, okay, but rook b4. I mean, I'll continue with that one because the knight is still in a very strange position.
I know. Well, I'll try to keep it, maybe unsuccessfully.
Yeah.
c3, bishop f3.
Rook d4, knight b2, knight c3. It's still trapped, actually.
Yeah, no, I thought this. Even.
Okay, this one. Yeah.
Knight b2, knight c3.
Knight c3. That's the better one.
Interesting. I don't believe it works, but can we prove that? So time to get some pieces out, maybe. Bishop d7.
Right, so rook d3, you're just going to take lots of pawns, are you?
All the pawns, yeah.
Yeah, right.
I like bishops, but this is a lot of pawns.
That's a lot of bishops.
That's true. Maybe have to be more precise here. Rook c8.
Yeah.
Yeah, should be fine for black. Yeah. Okay, very, very unforced, but he's certainly thinking about something along these lines. Even takes here. Is this anything? It's 2 pawns.
Doesn't feel like enough, that one.
I don't know. Black can't move much, can he? Not sure it's enough for an advantage, but threatening a6. So I guess black goes a6 himself. No, I'm still mildly tempted even by this.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
I guess black just gives up a bunch of pawns at some point and gets the pieces out.
Okay,
It's close.
Another question with the bishop on e5. Can you play f4?
He's played bishop c7. Yeah, f4 I didn't like because of takes and f5. And it looked like black stabilizes.
Yeah. Okay, f5 seems okay. Yep, fair enough.
Here we go. Bishop c7. The sequence looked reasonably forced. I don't think there's another move than bishop b2 or knight c3. Yeah, bishop b2 played. Rook a2 looks forced as well. Yep, knight c3. He takes and a5. Here we go.
So he wasn't tempted by the two pieces against the rook.
Yeah. This looks tricky still. I think a6 is forced. You don't want the pawn here. Yep, a6 played. Now, yeah, I said bishop b6. I don't know if there's a better way to keep the pressure. Rook a3 or some options.
Yeah, he's gone rook a3.
Yeah.
Well, I know which color I would prefer to play. That doesn't mean that it's an advantage, but yeah, really tricky.
Where should the bishop go? Bishop b4, rook b3 doesn't seem to help very much. Then c3 is still a threat. So I guess it should stay on this diagonal.
I'd like to have the option to play e5 at some point.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was thinking bishop f6, because if bishop d4, then, well, the bishop could just get trapped. That's the problem. So that's why bishop f6.
I don't know how much patience Magnus has if he's saying, you know what?
Yeah.
Stop this as well. Weird position.
Yeah.
Black is 2 pawns up, but struggles to move anything.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun for white. It really is, actually. Giri and Praggnanandhaa have kicked off, and we've got another Gioca Piano on the board.
They're not speeding up. Still piano. Anish. Very close to must-win game. But he sticks to his guns, which is what he does. What's interesting here is he's played knight g3 without going a4 or bishop b3. So he's allowing knight to a5, which usually you tell kids, make sure this bishop doesn't get, quote-unquote, trapped by the knight. But I don't think it's an oversight. I think he just believes this structure could be a little something.
I'm surprised. I'm very surprised.
Yeah, I've seen people do this. I'm not sure if in this exact position. I think Vichy also started not worrying about the bishop, but it does look strange. The advantage is if black doesn't go after it, then maybe white can do without any of these moves and at some point play d4. So knight a5 very principled here. Let's see how Pragg feels about it.
So you were watching this Indian film last night. We weren't watching Haas Foul.
No, I'm not a big football guy. And yeah, I was never a HSV fan. Like when it comes to Hamburg football, I'm pro St. Pauli, which is traditionally not doing very well, but they've always been cooler. I used to go there, but no, I'm not following a lot of football. Just NBA, but the game started like 2:33, so it's hard to watch live. I watch in the morning usually.
So just very quickly before we come back to chess, this 3 R's film.
Yeah, it's excellent.
What you said it's kind of Marvel action stuff, but
no, it's not Marvel action. I'm saying the CGI is so much better than anything you would see in a Marvel action movie. No, it's an epic drama. It's not really Bollywood, but it's also, you can feel it's it's an Indian movie. Like there are dance and sing sequences, but they feel more organic than in your average Bollywood movie. But just the action is so breathtaking. Like there's a sequence where a guy runs away from a wolf, but then a tiger enters the equation, and the tiger also chases him, but he manages to jump in a way that the tiger accidentally hits the wolf mid-air, and they collide. And the tiger first has to fight off the wolf, then keeps chasing him, and there's the best battle sequence I've ever seen between tiger and man. And trust me, that's the topic I've studied in great detail. No, it's just a lot of completely insane, over-the-top action sequences combined with, you know, a nice story of friendship, and it's unlike anything I've ever seen, but it's completely mind-boggling. I really highly recommend it.
Okay, I shall look out for it.
3 hours.
That sounds very intriguing.
Yeah.
Sounds very intriguing. Okay, we have some action in Carlsen Dingley Wren, and yeah, e5 was played. So bishop b6, bishop e7.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this bishop b6. I also mentioned, but somehow it forces black to untangle like this. Rook c3, e5. Magnus doesn't want this pawn. Goes rook e3, f6, brazen. I would guess f4 will be played, yeah. Black is still not out of the woods. He can't just return the pawn and be happy, because when this pawn falls, this also falls, and then the a7 pawn, the a5 pawn will be very fast. Still troubles. Fun setup for white. Just long-term double pawn sacrifice in an endgame. You don't see that often.
Just, I mean, wondering about an exact sequence here. As a starting move, bishop g4. Just wondering where this rook goes and whether there can be any tactics here.
I missed that, actually. Yeah, that looks like a good move for sure. Doesn't solve black's problems.
No, it doesn't. No.
If we go somewhere, obviously that somewhere should be specified. Maybe here.
I was trying to work bishop d8 here, because a5 would be en prise in some positions.
Yeah, takes
the rook. Yeah, but I can't quite see it at the moment.
You can actually take here, but this pawn would also be a monster, like AB, bishop d5, b7.
Yes, this is true.
Rook b8 directly. No, it
Yeah.
feels very, very borderline for black, doesn't it?
That may be okay. Yeah, after the check, we just
Could
go
be,
to the corner.
Bishop c5, this bishop a5. Maybe d2 wasn't a good choice, because
Yeah.
this rook keeps getting hit.
But it gets hit on other squares as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's an ideal square.
Like,
Oh, it's on the board,
b1
actually.
maybe. Yeah.
Or-
Oh no, he's played rook d2.
or rook
yeah.
d2, yeah.
Here we go. Ding. Completely focused.
Is Magnus frozen again, or is it just concentration?
I think it's frozen.
Yeah, it looks frozen again.
Frozen 2. Another movie I've seen many a time, but that's due to my daughter's preferences.
Thankfully, I escaped that one.
Oh, Frozen 1 is a good movie. Frozen 2, I could do without. So, Mr. Ding, what else is there? He goes rook b8. Keeps the pawn alive for now. I hope it's not going to be some anticlimactic move repetition. But, What if white just takes? Let's regain some pawns.
Okay.
Although it does open the black pieces, I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, I'll take it back.
Yeah, takes. Somehow feels like it's not enough. I don't know. Rook e8 or
Yeah.
Well, the rook e8, h3, the pieces are still a bit loose.
I'm trying to get some hit against the king. But not obvious. Yeah, he's taken on e5. We don't have to recapture, but
probably should, though, no? E6 is not another pawn you want in your life as black. And he disagrees. He goes f5. That looks wrong to me. Threatening bishop g5, but a fresh headache. Whoa. What does he want? He wants tactics. Yeah, rook d7, f4. And hope to keep it all together. Just so risky strategically. Bishop g5 is also there.
Okay, well, if we keep it simple, if we just play, if we prevent the threat and just play rook d3, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even want bishop g5 to chase this rook away. But it still looks very scary. Here it feels like black gets more activity than he deserved. Although I'm still scared. But,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Nothing better here. If h3, bishop g5 is still the point.
Certainly very interesting from Ding.
I don't trust it, but there's a lot of tricky tactics.
Yeah.
If just h4, just, you know, I don't want any of this bishop business.
Okay, so we throw in f4.
Rook e4, I thought.
Just this one.
Not sure if this is the way. Also feels a bit slow, frankly. Bishop e6 or something. Oof.
Yeah, bishop
too complicated.
Maybe you can take on f4 and.
Sorry, what was it? h4, f4, rook e4, bishop e6
Yeah,
takes.
Yeah, because bishop h4 not.
Well, even this continues.
Possible, yeah. Although, you take on e6. It's getting close. But.
It's all a mess. Magnus taking his time here, understandably. Forgive me, I'm too curious. Rook b3, the computer says.
Not a very obvious move.
Far from it. You're just sidestepping all this f4, bishop g5. Sure, it's good, but not the first move that comes to mind at all, like allowing c4, also possibly getting hit by bishop e6 later. f4, but it seems to think this is overwhelming for white, not doing anything really. Just stabilizing.
c4, just completely stabilizing. Very curious. Really interesting.
Yeah, that's beautiful, but hard to
hard to
think of.
Yeah. That would need real sang-froid.
That's the French word for Schadenfreude. Sang-Freud. Magnus taking a moment here. Anish has played g4.
I was going to say, his sang isn't so Freud after g4.
No. He has to win, throwing the gauntlet. But looks like a very logical move as well. He's established the knight here. Knight f5, gf is not tempting for black. So he's just trying to make sure it stays there for a bit. Maybe threatening g5.
Anish has used no time on the clock. He's actually gained time. Now this
still in prep.
It's prep, and he's determined. Wow.
Not sure what black is supposed to do. Maybe more cold-blooded stuff like knight to g6, but no, Praggnanandhaa takes. Oof. That looks so risky to me. GF and stuff to the G file.
Yeah.
He will say you can't go king h1 yet because this pawn is hanging. Although I don't even know. Do we need that pawn?
Yeah, feels like the thing you can do with white totally.
But it's on the board. Let's see how Anish does this. I would guess he finds a way to proceed with the pawn still alive. 22.
Well, is black going to try? Well, I was going to say hit out in the center very quickly, but maybe first of all you need to just play king h8 and rook g8.
Yeah, that looks so passive though. I like trying to strike back here. My h2 is maybe a bit too slow. I want to do this, but yeah, here I won't have time to build up in peace with king h1, rook g1. So maybe time is of the essence and you gotta go for something like this. Bishop back.
But that bishop on a7 is actually very annoying for white because it does cover g1.
Yeah. Question is, do we have enough attackers even without that second rook here? Maybe the answer is no. I don't know where the king goes here.
Wow, Carlsen Ding has absolutely exploded.
He did something similar to what the computer wanted, not quite the computer line. He went rook c3, and now bishop d5 and rook c4. Pawn to g5. What a position. Bishop c7. What's the point? Rook c8, bishop d6, yeah? Still unpleasant for black, is it not?
Yeah,
Seven
absolutely.
hanging, this guy's around.
It's getting really messy now.
Yeah.
Yeah, black is still actually incredibly tied up. It's the curious thing. He has all this f5, f and g pawn action. Actually, he still can't really do anything much with it because of the pin. And that bishop on g4 is just, well, it's dominated really by, the bishop on d5 and the other pieces. Very curious.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he's thinking about. Rook c8 looks obvious, but maybe he's considering to put the rook here, looking for counterplay. I don't know. What's the clock situation? 3 minutes for Ding, 6 for Magnus. Frozen Magnus.
By the way, Giri has sacked a pawn. He's played king h2.
There you go. Praggnanandhaa takes it. No. It's very scary for black. Rook g2. Queen here. Queen e1 looks powerful, no?
That is very scary indeed.
Also, Anish, as an avid student of Lawrence Trent games, he will be very familiar with this maneuver. Yeah, Queen e1 played. This think Praggnanandhaa might have missed this. This is just looks like too much to handle.
It's an average Saturday night in England, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't see how to defend. It just looks crushing to me. Queen comes here and lots of threats. What do you do? Like knight g8 and f6? Oof.
Yeah, but it looks completely untenable if you have to play knight g8 and f6.
So I don't know if white already has creative ways here to play. Not even allowed. But even this is
but it's
so horrible. This could be good too.
So what's your idea? If I take with the knight, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Just get
for
knight g8. Do you have something straight away? Don't know.
I was hoping. I didn't see it yet. It just felt like we have all these pieces. But yeah, this maybe I should have thought it through. No breakthrough yet. Yeah, rook f1, f6. Yeah. It's a great pity.
But there's really no need, is there?
No.
I mean, that position with the pawn on f6. Yeah, he's gone knight g8.
Yeah, nothing else there.
Let's have a look. Let's see how we crack it.
Let's say here. I guess here. e7 something to g5 doesn't really help. Huh? We need the second rook, but maybe there's time to.
I suppose after queen
bring it in slowly.
G5, king h8, you do have to think, well, what's actually white doing after that?
Still not collapsing.
Not quite yet.
No, it's true.
I mean, there's the journey, there's rook f1, f3, g3, and then you sort of hope that something collapses after that.
Well, if we want to provoke f6, we can always do it.
Okay.
Like this as well. No.
Yeah.
Let's now argue the queen is misplaced. No, maybe there's nothing direct, but even the slow grind with this maneuver you mentioned looks very, very tough to handle.
Yep.
Anish in deep thought.
Yeah, I mean, there's putting the rook on g6, putting the knight on g4, and then h6 crumbles. That's maybe the way to do it.
Sorry, let's say here.
Yeah, rook g6. Let's start with that one.
Also, at an opportune moment, c5, dc, rook g1 or something might overload black's defenders. Very scary, but
yeah, I mean, it's really scary. I mean, I think I prefer the knight h2 to g4. So I don't quite see a defense against that, actually.
How should black play? Okay, let's.
Okay, so break in the middle. Yep. Yeah, okay. It's all in the timing.
Yeah, I don't know. It's.
Yeah.
Maybe even this doesn't achieve that much, but with a file at least.
Yeah.
Right, no longer plays for free. But still, now there's rook g1 coming as well. Maybe d5 doesn't really help.
Yeah, but there's rook e7, and then the queen is free.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
this guy's an idiot. No, queen d3 or something.
Queen d3 anyway.
still scared.
Rook e7. Oh, have you done it?
No, we're coming.
No, it's gone. Yeah. Well,
Curious.
There was still queen d7 actually. You could still play queen d7 there.
Yeah.
It's not quite over. But yeah, it's pretty unpleasant. Now, what did the engine say there? Okay, knight h5. Okay, we got there. Still needs to be worked through, because if it doesn't work, you're putting all your cards in one spot, or that's the wrong expression. Anyway. Well, it's all very attractive. Yeah, and I think you're muted.
Oh, sorry.
Better.
I was saying so many smart things, like putting all your eggs in one basket, and computer says white is better, all the good stuff.
Putting all your eggs in one basket. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Apologies. But yeah, I had the engine on briefly, and it does give white an advantage. Not with any direct fancy tactics, but just, going after these squares and slowly building up.
Yeah, that's where we're at. Knight h4. Let's go back to the relative calm of Carlsen against Ding.
Oh, and Ding, the magician, once again, found a way to hang in there, get his pieces going. He is tenacious, isn't he? Looks like Magnus lost the threat a little bit somewhere around here, no? Not that I know what he was supposed to do, but this rook e4, bishop c4 feels somewhat slow. Rook e7, check, and bishop c6. The black pieces are all operating all of a sudden.
Ding has used up a lot of time. 37 seconds remaining, but yeah.
Now his position got easier to play, so it was
definitely
time well spent here. No, feels like you start taking black. No, computer says equal still, but just what does white do? No, computer says black is a bit better actually. Yeah. Magnus, he's bungled this. It looked like such a nice position, but Ding is so tough. Rook e6, check, I guess. King e1.
Do you go f3?
Why not, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, Ding does take. Not in the mood for adventures. Just wants to control the pawn.
Yeah, also very reasonable.
But probably not a winning attempt, or is it? Like if I go here, I don't know, somewhere. Maybe it is a winning attempt. Who knows? No, Carlsen plays c4. Yeah, that's better. So the pawn is not hanging there. Bishop g4, not letting the king come any closer. King e5, then d7, the king is to Hasselbeck.
So once again, they kind of know how to compromise.
Seems like it, no? It's these incredibly intense battles, and then they neutralize each other.
Yeah. And this...
But I think the chess level, I'm not sure. It looked like Magnus lost the thread here a bit, but for rapid games, the chess level is amazing in this match. Like you can tell these are the two best players we have by rating.
And okay, what happens if you take this, by the way?
Guess he wants to take here, question mark.
Yeah, bishop f3.
I don't know.
I just thought suddenly, hang on, what's going on? Bishop e6.
Yeah, that's a good move.
Yeah, okay, that's should be fine for black. Maybe more than fine.
Yeah, Magnus not tempted, goes bishop f3 directly. Because now if takes, black is not in time with this bishop e6 move, and this would still be hanging. So takes, king e6. This looks like a petering out situation again, yeah? Now pawns will start falling on both sides. Yeah.
And there we go. It's amazing how they play, you know, these technical positions and just understand how to keep things in, you know, a manageable disadvantage. Basically, it's extraordinary.
Yeah, another draw, but we can't accuse them of not trying. These are fantastic games.
Brilliant. Let's switch back. Giri, Pragg. And it looks absolutely fantastic for white.
Even Pragg doesn't seem to have his usual energy in this position anymore. No movement.
You know, he's been well and truly done in this game. So we're just looking for the final breakthrough, basically.
Yeah, all the white pieces are there. What's the finish?
Maybe
still reshuffle queen h5,
yeah.
rook g6, and then we've seen this earlier, then take and put a knight on g6. Looks pretty decent, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like the one.
Yeah.
Doesn't. And he's got time to think things through. He's making absolutely sure. So with this, if Giri wins, he will equalize the score.
We could not get one, but two tie breaks if we get lucky.
I'd say that's a distinct possibility.
Ding will be white in the last game. Unclear how big anybody's appetite for risk will be in that one. Although I don't think Ding will try to make a short draw. He will just play chess with the white pieces. And if Anish wins this one, similar situation here, Praggnanandhaa with white, where I would guess the black players wouldn't mind going into a tiebreak. We'll see. Queen h5 played. Yeah, this looks crushing. King h7. And how do we break after rook g6? We still need one more.
Well, I still wanted to put my nice on g4 somehow, but there's also maybe knight f3 and rook g4, rook h4.
Ah, the very slow burn. I was also wondering if violence doesn't just get it done.
Could be
similar to this line we saw before. Just take everything.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's a bit quicker.
6.
Actually, you've got you've got queen f6 instead of knight g6.
All right. This is not.
That's
horribly
not bad either.
But yeah, this is mate in 2. Okay, so a5 was not the move.
Queen f8, not the move you're dreaming of, but yeah, something's gonna give.
So can we put every single white piece attacking h6?
Yeah.
Rook on g4, knight on g4, rook on h4. Is there time?
Might be. Not a forced line, just for illustrative purposes. This would probably be enough. Barely. Yeah, Queen f8 played. What else?
Okay, this is fun.
Still gotta find a way to finish it.
Yeah, and he's under 4 minutes now. It's tough. That's real pressure. You know that there's a win. There has to be a win, but you still got to find it.
It's got knight f3. Maybe he's with us. And he wants to do this, and then if needed. Very hard for black to do too many active things. Queen d6, just rook h6 should crush.
Played c5. That's a good start, actually, to try and open some lines. He's not going to give in easily. He's a tricky guy.
Yeah. Can we still do this? Rook g4. CB. Maybe the bishop just recaptures also. Let's see how Giri handles it. Like, it has to be winning, and you can see the entry bar says it's winning, but it doesn't feel like it's automatic. Some work will still be required.
Definitely. Do you know what? This actually brings back a nightmare memory. Actually, not even a nightmare, a reality. When I was playing in a junior tournament, and I had some typical kingside attack where I sort of, just like this, played my queen and the rook to the h file and looked like I was going to crack him, and everything was wonderful, and going to win the title. And then suddenly my opponent played one rather unexpected defensive move, and that was that. All my pieces were just up a blind alley, and my whole dreams were shattered in one move. So there's pressure, basically. There's still pressure. You still got to put it away.
Yeah. Sorry to hear. Rook h4. Computer actually saying this is not the way. Maybe bishop f2. If there's no direct breakthrough, then white hasn't achieved much.
Yeah, bishop f2. Why not?
King h8 played. Very calm.
Yeah. And does the computer still think this is okay for black?
Seems so. Just curious, after bishop f2, maybe there was some direct way to break it. Yeah, like takes, something takes, check, takes here. I don't know. I can't calculate well enough to figure all these things out. I guess this is winning for white, but who knows really.
But anyway, king h8 played.
Yeah.
Just making room for the rook. Nice. This is real pressure. Now Anish He's under 2 minutes. Okay, yeah, we're coming back to King G2, and
it might be too slow though. No. Position gets opened up before the knight reaches its final destination. Let's just see, because the computer was yelling earlier that white was winning. How he wanted to do it. Knight f3 was happy with. C5. H4. I don't even understand that move.
H4. That's bizarre.
Oh, he just wants this. Doesn't care. Use the pawn as the final. It's beautiful, but not very intuitive.
Okay, so instead, let's just see what's happened.
Rook g4, rook d8.
Turn off that engine. Turn off the engine.
We'll do it now. Just want to see. Still wants h4. It's very cute as usual. Once you see it, yeah, it's keeping the rook on the g file and use the h pawn to ambush h6. So king h8, knight takes d4, c takes d, pawn to b5.
But the machine's still not impressed, basically.
Doesn't care. Pawn to b5. Maybe looking for a way to keep the d6 pawn alive, giving up the dream of checkmate. AB. Is he going to go here?
Yeah, maybe he's just found a way to sort of compromise. He might not be mating, but at least he's holding the position.
Switching back to normal. Then we shuffle all the pieces back towards the queen side and try to win with the d6 pawn.
Yeah, and maybe you're just saying, well, the knight on g8 just can't move.
I start with rook g2. That's more cunning, because now rook d6 has bishop b4 and queen d6. Take care.
So maybe Pragg just has to give the exchange anyway.
Yeah. Then convince white to take it, because he's not going to do it without being tempted. Bishop b4, rook c8. Nope. Pragg keeps the rook.
Yeah, but that's very sensible. So he keeps control over the c file.
Might still be too tied up. Rook g4, a3.
Yeah, very, very interesting how Anish has, gone back into sensible chess mode, basically.
It's his instincts. He's not a crazy sacrificer attacker. He wants control. Rook c1. Back here.
Now, why has he gone back again?
I think he's dreaming of some queen g4 takes d7 situation. But
yeah, maybe.
Just to illustrate. This would be nice for white. No, queen goes all the way back.
Queen a2. Yeah, that's where he's heading.
It's good too. Queen b2 looks like a mouse slip.
No, but doesn't that just mean that he's anticipating rook d6 and he's ready to take on b5, I guess.
That makes sense, yeah.
And then queen b3.
Still,
queen
f7, Praggnanandhaa. It's not giving a second chance. Maybe the endgame is still good for white. Maybe queen a2 anyway. As long as this pawn stays alive. Just
and how about the queen against two rooks position?
How do you get that? I just take here. Ah, okay. I didn't even see that option.
How's that? I'm not sure. Maybe we make a little bit of room for the king. Maybe h4 or something. I don't know.
Anish chooses a very different way. Goes king g3. What's that about? Is the king coming here, anticipating the endgame? Is it coming here to help checkmating?
I would guess it's going to come into the middle. He just didn't want his king, trapped in the corner. If you do simplify to one. Oh, there you go.
Oh, there he comes.
Commentator's curse. Unbelievable.
Maybe he just thinks it's safe there. He put on h5 and it never gets mated. I kind of like it.
Sacked. Pragg down to 14 seconds. Well, if he survives this will be absolutely remarkable.
White doesn't have to take directly. No, maybe you can improve the position first. Or can you? Not clear. Maybe simple is best here. Take. I guess after rook takes, rook g7 should be winning. So probably queen takes and just snap off this as well.
Yeah. Why not?
Oh, engine bar disagreeing with Anish. Queen b3. Too subtle, apparently. 97. Looks strange. Queen b3 as well. I was also looking for some cunning waiting move, but 97. And the knight re-enters the action because rook g7, there's knight f5 check.
Okay, that's the problem.
And no, he's missed something. This
17 seconds against 20 seconds.
Didn't even collect the exchange. Still nice pieces, but this rook g7, knight f5. Turns out the king on h4 is not always so well placed.
Gone for it.
He takes it. No, knight f5, the queen was hanging. Yeah, sorry. So,
and the computer actually thinks black is better here, which does surprise me because this still looks actually very scary for black.
Yeah, and safe for white too. Look, queen h5 takes, queen g6. How could it be worse? But computers tend to know better, unfortunately.
Well, okay, so maybe he's just sitting there. That the king is safe enough. I mean, that's incredible.
King h5, here he comes.
Oh, it looks absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, but king h7, how does white break through? Rook g7's there, bishop f8.
I was actually thinking he was going to play queen h5 and queen e8.
Yeah, that looked much more normal. I don't know. Maybe still rook c8.
Maybe rook e8. Maybe that blocks it out. Yeah, maybe.
h4. He's trying to self-mate.
Yeah, he could succeed. I mean, that looks. Actually...
Why do you go h4? Like, give the king a little luft.
Because if the rook on c6 gets the h file, then rook g5 really is mate.
Yeah.
And you want to play, okay, you want to sack and play knight f6 mate. Wow. Also quite scary. Okay, that's probably less likely.
Still a bit away.
Yeah, a bit of a stretch, but okay. But still, I mean, yeah, seriously, if I mean the black rook can easily get to the h file, and then rook g5 is just mate.
Well, all kinds of horror scenarios like rook g3, rook c7, rook g7, and
yeah.
Oof, this is bold.
15 seconds, 24 seconds. Yeah, rook c1, rook h1. My goodness, we're almost there.
But still, it's easier to draw the mates. Rook c1, bishop f8, maybe it didn't work yet. And calculating this stuff, but it's so scary.
Got to be alert to it every move. Queen e6. The computer really doesn't like that one.
Very unforgiving. And here comes rook g3.
Bishop f8.
Bishop d6. Is it mate? What's going on? Or did white just get himself tangled up? And now
but why can't you just play rook g7 here?
Yeah, that's what he played. I was just wondering because it felt like now bishop f8, there's no direct breakthrough.
True.
So bishop d6, that must have been some tactic. I thought maybe rook c6.
But I mean, it sounds strange, but it's actually reasonably solid, this position for black.
Yeah.
Very hard to see how white makes progress.
Black has all the squares covered for now. But very hard for black to make progress as well. No, he needs all his pieces to cover all this stuff, except for this guy. King h8, saying, please take my pawn. H takes the other pawn. What I don't like about king h8 is there's no more checkmates like rook g5. Not the king always has this square. Okay, they're both playing on seconds. Yeah, it looks like neither side was able to calculate anything here with this.
No, I mean, it's a terrifying position to play, really.
Yeah,
for both sides. Incredible.
Bishop will go somewhere. Bishop d6. Oh, mistake. Checkmate again. Rook g7.
Okay, how was it checkmate?
Let's find out.
No, just rook c2.
This, and it's in time.
Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
And now Pragg has gone for it.
Here he comes, but now it's apparently not checkmate. Because there are tempi to be gained. And maybe one day this pawn can actually be taken, no? Stakes are high. And what? Whoa, he gives the exchange.
He's just playing for a fortress.
He's saying, thou shall not pass. I'll play king h7, king h8 the rest of the game.
Yeah, okay, that's an easy decision to. I mean, that's very clever actually, because if black can simply shuffle with the king, then that is very clever indeed.
Yeah.
And there doesn't.
Although he's not going to win either. Like apparently he was winning earlier.
Okay, but yeah, remember he's one up.
Clarity, it's a nice decision, making his life so much easier. Excellent for a bullet game too. You can pretty much just pre-move this.
Oh, but is it okay? But what if you put the queen on g6? So imagine the king on h8, queen on g6. Rook takes, king takes.
I guess we take it. Yeah.
Yeah.
h5.
h5. Then king goes in. Can the king run to the b pawn? Is that possible?
No, it might become a race against the black knight. I can't calculate. So king f7, king h7. Let's say king e6, whatever. Knight h6. Oh, no, we got a way to move king g7, king d7, knight h6, king c7. Yeah, could be. Knight f5.
Okay, that's the only thing I can think of for white.
Yeah.
I think he might be going. Yeah, okay, so now queen e8, king h8, queen g6.
Yeah, we might as well put it on the board. Takes.
By the way,
but no, just here. Yeah, like here and here. Or
king takes. Are you sure? King.
Fairly sure.
King f7.
Take.
Okay, f6.
King e7, yeah?
7. King e7. Yeah, exactly.
Game ended a draw. Anish didn't want any piece of this queen g6 business, and there's no other way. Yeah. Let's check just for.
By the way, after queen g6, of course, you don't have to take it. You could.
Yeah, you can go rook e7. Yeah, but takes. Yeah, this does win. And knight h6, knight g4. Okay, that's smooth.
Yeah. Okay.
Then king comes out, and the knight starts chasing.
Okay, Okay, I'll still chase for the B pawn, but yeah, okay, I'll concede. I'm not going to argue against the computer.
The computer tends to calculate these things even more quickly than us. Yeah, fun game. A lot of weird stuff.
Absolutely brilliant defense. I mean, to survive that is quite extraordinary. So we have 3 draws between Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren, and their fourth game has started, and Pragg is 1 up, so just needs a draw in the 4th game to clinch the match, which will be an incredible upset. Magnus is unfrozen, and they've already started. Should we just power through, Jan? Let's keep going.
Sure, let's do it. So, Slav on the board. Carlsen chooses. No, there's a bit of a sideline. Bishop g4, although it's a very well-known move, but Bishop f5 has been more popular recently. And he's saying, you know what? I don't want a big theory battle. I'll play like, who was it? Capablanca taught us. Give 1 bishop, put the pawns on the squares of that bishop that we just gave up, and take it from there. This is a line, yeah, the computer doesn't say this is fully equal, because the computer also likes bishops. But it's not so hard to play, which also matters a lot in a rapid game when you might be getting a little tired from all these adventures in the first 3 games. Here we are. Bishop d6, hinting at e5. I'm always curious in such positions if you should go c5 and f4, and when you should do it. Strategically, white stabilizes here, black will be suffering. But sometimes it explodes, like e5 takes. Who knows what's going on? But yeah, Ding, he's a principled guy. He goes c5.
Okay, looks like we might be having it on the board.
Yeah, could very much happen.
Yeah, interesting.
Bishop somewhere, b8 to c7, doesn't matter. The thing is, if black doesn't manage to break, he's just strategically close to loss. So I don't think he can waste much time here.
Yeah, but are you serious about that piece sack?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it might not work, but if it doesn't work, then it's real bad news for black, like these positions. You can't break this structure. This is a nightmare scenario in the Slav.
Okay, but okay, let's put it on the board, because I was thinking, just is g4 possible there? Just taking the piece and going g4.
I would think so. g3 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Try to mix it somehow. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying everything else I believe is bad.
Okay.
Like without any particular drama. Well, here I wasn't sure.
Maybe,
yeah, it is a piece.
Maybe your g3 is more prudent.
Yeah, just. But still, I'll keep asking questions. And no, he hasn't done it. He goes bishop a5. Allowing knight takes d5 for starters, which I guess wasn't missed, but just admitting how difficult the situation is. But it's even a slow move here, a3 or bishop h4. This is just a bad situation for black. And I'm a bit surprised Magnus would allow this, because this is not a secret that if you get c5 and f4 in these positions, you're in trouble.
Okay, so after knight d5, e takes d5, is you're just saying, well, enough compensation, basically.
I doubt it's true, but
so rook c8.
Yeah, this is on the board.
Yeah,
rook e1 or whatever. No, I think it's bad for white, bad for black, but he didn't have a lot of options. If he does nothing, like these positions, yeah, they're just horrible to play.
Yeah. No, that's very interesting. Yeah, once again, it's this ability to find a move that somehow compromises, but gives you a pretty clear plan.
Still pushing his luck here. But yeah, at least.
So knight e4.
At least the knights have squares. Rook c3 by Ding.
Oh, okay.
Such a concrete player too. Like
yeah. No, you
defending the pawn.
I guess he wants rook b3, right?
Yeah. covers this because of bishop h7, and rook b3 is coming. No, he's good. He doesn't make any passive moves. He looks for an active way to do this. Nice move.
Okay,
I guess Magnus has to go knight
the
e4
knight e4.
anyway.
Yeah, knight e4. Let's make room for the next knight to come over.
Maybe we take it.
Queen takes.
No, rook b3.
Okay, I was hoping that queen f4 was possible, but
Yeah, I saw that, but I thought maybe it's still
knight f6
troubles.
and yeah.
I don't think black has enough.
No, probably not.
Carlsen in trouble here. And
Yeah.
if he loses this game, he's out of the tournament all of a sudden. He was a bit too casual about this bishop d6. And yeah, allowed this bind, which is what white dreams of in the structure. If anybody can find counterplay here, it is the world champion. But giving Ding a pawn and the two bishops is serious. Look at Ding. He's not thinking of solidity. He's thinking about kicking Magnus out right here, right now. Wow.
Yeah, tricky one. So, I mean, problem here is that, yeah, if black starts putting the knight on f8, it's not on the best circuit, really.
No, I might go f5 as well, just to say, stay there, please. Then rook b3.
Yep.
No, we'll take a lot of time trying to find squares for the knights, but yeah. He's done it anyway. The direct moves didn't seem to work.
No, but it does actually kind of string those pawns out a bit. So it's maybe, yeah, there is some counterplay there after f5.
Yeah, Ding doesn't do it. No. Might be a wise decision. And if knight e6, well, he doesn't have to do that much. No, just cover these squares. Don't allow any tricks. Eventually, he'll find ways to expand either here or even here. Oof. The world champion in big trouble. So while we were dreaming of the Carlsen Giri finale, what we might be getting here is Praggnanandhaa Ding.
Where is that knight on e6 going? That's the thing.
Nowhere. Maybe g6, knight g7, h5, but you need a lot of things to go well to actually get some squares there.
Yeah, I mean, if the pawn comes to g6, then f5 could be a more inviting move.
Yeah.
Right.
But now with the queen here, at least knight g5 would be a tempo.
Oh, yeah, not immediately. I mean, if the knight comes to g7.
Yeah. I don't know if you go g4 or if you're scared of exposing the king.
But why play g4? Or just in case you're going to expand?
Yeah, I wanted to stop like h5, knight g7, knight f5 things, but might not be priority number one. Queen d7 played instead. Also, is this bishop doing so much, or is it time to shuffle it back over here, maybe?
Yeah, because I was thinking that black should be playing, actually, even instead of knight e6, I was thinking queen d7 and rook e7 and rook e8. But yeah, your maneuver, bishop e1 to h4, is actually a bit annoying. I mean, particularly with the knight on e6, actually.
Yeah. Not needed, but curious how he's going to handle it. Does look like with best play, white should win, frankly. No, it's a pawn. As long as black doesn't get this square under control with both his knights, A lot of ground for black to cover. b7 is weak strategically. This breakthrough will win most endgames, and there are potential kingside attacks.
Yeah, that's a tough one. How's Magnus looking? Is he frozen again? Or is he just...
he froze. Not giving us any information about his...
He froze in a pose.
Yeah. Yeah, here comes the bishop. Bishop e1.
Nice touch, Jan. Nice touch.
Knight d8. Also not the dreamiest of squares. It's covering b7, but the only square I could go to is this one.
We've seen now two incredibly ugly knights. We had Pragg with a knight on g8, and now we've got a knight on d8, which also looks absolutely dreadful. Yeah, now f5 is actually...
Yeah, what he wants is knight e4 and then
f6, right.
Revive this guy.
Okay, I'm still not going to rush into f5. There's no need. But yeah, bishop h4.
Yeah. Knight d8, ugly as it is, it does help black to put the knight here, finally. Yeah. I like it under the circumstances because it gives black some squares.
Okay, let's go back. Let's put the bishop back. So knight, yeah, knight. So that's on the board. Okay, let's have a think.
So resilient. Such an ugly move. Makes perfect sense. So all my speeches about how white should win this, now I don't know. This is a beautiful move. White obviously still better. But I don't know, something like this seems to be selling the advantage a little short with this pawn weak. Of course, white is still better, but it looks like black should have chances to hold this. Just sit here.
Well, you could do that and put the rook on d3, and then actually march the king over. Let's say you play a3 and king to a2.
Yeah,
and just play that position.
No, white certainly serves pressure, but
yeah.
If you break through there, unclear, because pushing on the king side leaves some weaknesses.
Yeah.
So does this plan.
But with the king on the queen side, I mean, I'd say a bit unpleasant to defend that actually for white.
For black,
I beg your pardon. For unpleasant for black. Yeah. Sure. And the other thought I had was actually to put the bishop on the h2 b8 diagonal and play the pawn to f5, of course.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Black wants to go f5 here. I mean, leave some weaknesses too.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, in that case, perhaps you need to play the pawn to f5 first, but not sure. So yeah, I mean, how's that with the pawn on f5? If we play f5 first, for example. Yeah, now bishop g3. And then, yeah, bishop h2.
Should still be better for white, but it's not fully under control. But I like this. No, maybe h4, g4.
Yeah,
away.
Exactly. Although, I mean, breaking through on the king side is still very, very, very difficult.
It's going to be a battle. Yeah. G5 is firmly controlled.
But I mean, it looks like a nice diagonal, and you know, always prevents a rook coming to b8. So,
what's Ding done? He has a very different plan. Once again, much more active actually. Bishop c2. He wants to bring the rook and take this pawn under fire. Then saying bishop h4 if we need to. Magnus played f5 very quickly. I'm a bit surprised. I thought f6 had its advantages too, to restrict his bishop.
Okay, he feels he needs f5.
Yeah, but this way, at least black can defend the b pawn on the 7th rank.
Hmm.
And we have liftoff in Prague against Giri, and we got a King's Indian on the board. So Giri in a must-win situation and resorting to very dubious measures.
I mean, the Czech Benoni we saw yesterday from where Yi was fine, but the King's Indian is pushing it a bit. Pragg usually, I don't think he's reached the stage of his career where he memorizes drawing variations with white. I think he just sticks to his guns and plays critical lines. We've seen it yesterday. Bishop e2, bishop e3. Anish, understandably not in the mood to go e5 and allowing d takes c, which I don't think would have happened. I think Pragg would just play his stuff here. But Anish not taking the chance. Starts with c6, h3. I guess this is theory. e5, d5, but no clue, frankly. Okay. We'll keep an eye on this.
I don't like it playing. Sorry, just going back to that King's Indian,
yeah,
where you play bishop e3, bishop e2, and h3. I mean, kind of one or the other, but I don't quite get that for white.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess he doesn't want knight f3 yet because of whatever, e5 or knight g4.
But okay, it's a funny mix of systems, isn't it?
They often go h4 nowadays here as well. And after h5, some move like knight h3. I don't know. It feels like a lot, but c6 is also not exactly contributing to all of black's plans. So I guess it's fine. I would assume he knows, actually. No clue. h5, e5, d5. It's the computer generation. They know that after e5, d5, computers always give a big edge. And who are we to argue?
Let's go back to Ding against Carlsen, because it's a slow burner, but actually a fascinating position strategically.
Magnus trying to arrange his pieces as good as he can here, bring this rook potentially over while covering the b-pawn. But the white bishops, although they don't look very active now, they still cover a lot of ground and can jump into action at any moment. And he does this maneuver. Maybe headed for a2, which tends to be the best square for the king. And why not?
Well, actually, it reminds me of there are a few beautiful games, but I mean, Tony Miles played an absolutely wonderful game. I think against one of these Chebanenko Slavs, where he succeeded in actually bringing the king to a5 and then trading off into some endgame where the king actually penetrated on b6. It was
maybe that's what Ding wants, the Giri plan. Go king a5 and a4.
Yeah, exactly.
Magnus shuffling his knight around. Not sure what the destination is. Probably d7 to kick the rook for now. Well, Ding, not in a hurry.
But wouldn't this... Okay, I'm going to hammer on about my idea of pawn to f5 and the bishop on h2. Wouldn't this be a lot better with that bishop on h2?
No. Could be. f5, yeah, gives black some squares as well. But no, I also liked it. No, I kind of like returning just to annoy. Stop this.
Yeah, true.
Let's see what Ding does. Both sides still have time. I think Magnus decided, okay, I'm in trouble. I at least should not get in time trouble. And yeah, he's played bishop a5. Prophylactic thinking. No, it's just going to be rough. This will happen. Then Ding will start thinking about where to try to break through.
I would say it's going to happen, isn't it?
Yep.
And g4 will sort of induce g6, and then black's king starts to open a little bit. Yeah, tricky.
Yeah. Does have two weaknesses, this and the king potentially.
Magnus will need all his cunning here to survive this one. The other one looks like a dream position for black in a must-win situation. Although, as mentioned, probably computers just say it's better for white, and Praggnanandhaa not unduly intimidated by these sharp openings. Still, I would play differently in a must-draw situation.
Yeah, but fair play to him. You know, I really like that. Like his spirit.
Also, that's the advice you always get, which no one ever follows, but in a must-draw situation, just play a normal game, right?
Yeah, yeah. But how do you in an abnormal situation? That's the problem.
Like this? Yeah. Castling into it.
Wow.
What?
Okay. He's not a member of the Chicken Chess Club, is he?
No.
See, I was going to suggest instead of castles, just to play h4, actually.
Yeah, he's not worried. f4, if g5, he's probably saying that h2, covering the squares. But no.
And he's already forced open the c file. I suppose that's it.
Yeah. Don't send us any membership applications anytime soon, Praggnanandhaa.
No, no.
Not with moves like that. I don't know if this is naive or just good understanding. Like all my upbringing has taught me never ever do anything like this. But
yeah, I mean, I always think in these positions that white's king is just sort of at the end of the barrel of a huge gun on the g file, and you know I'm just terrified. It's the only thing. Yeah.
No, the good news is the knight is still on f3. Like, also, sort of weirdly, we all grew up, or I did, looking at these lines that were trendy in whatever, the 90s in my case, where white goes out of his way to remove this nice defender and then to play f3, which looks very strange if you look at it, actually. Why would knight e1 or knight e2 be the move to play here? Nowadays, it's not anymore. Now they go b4, which is a lot more normal. But somehow we were all conditioned, or I was, to look at all these structures. Well, with the knight on f3, maybe it is a little different. And there is more resources to hold this off.
Yeah, and Nietzsche's gone f4. I mean, I didn't think he was actually had to play f4. He could have played knight f6.
Yeah, then I guess knight g5 he didn't.
Knight g5. Okay, now the knight can't come to c7. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, now it's possible. Yeah. Maybe that knight is going to come back to h2 just to make sure that really the pawn is not going to get past. Yeah, and yeah, as I said, the file is already open. So you know, white's counterplay actually comes pretty quickly on the queen side. Fascinating. I mean, what I find interesting is that Pragg is making these really big decisions very, very quickly. You know, he's not phased at all. I think it shows incredible confidence.
Maybe he's had this position in blitz 15 times already. All of this is.
I mean, it's the way that, I mean, in a slightly different variation, the way that Carlsen used to play against the King's Indian was, well, he used to play.
Yeah, he was in this one,
and played and had a phenomenal score with this bishop e3 line. He had that sort of famous mixture of sort of confidence and utter contempt for black's position, and played so quickly and yeah, scored so highly with these positions as white. Yeah, confidence and contempt is sort of deadly and very admirable mix.
That sounds nice. I have plenty of contempt, but I lack confidence. G5 played by Magnus. Yeah, he's trying to do something before
white does something, yeah.
Ding shuffles around preparing g4.
But that's a pretty brave decision. I mean, I'm just wondering whether you can take on g5 here.
Yeah, I guess you have to go hg.
And now bishop g3 again.
There comes
I've overlooked
the bishop. Ah, there's 92.
92.
Might still be good for white.
Maybe.
Yeah. Why tempted?
Yeah. Okay. But he's played bishop d1. Okay.
I think he wants g4.
And if black plays g4, you're just saying a bishop is going to come to h4, are you?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm not sure. Queen somewhere. We keep shuffling. Also, g4, maybe it robs black of some counterplay he was hoping for, if there is such a thing. I'm not sure. Yeah, he's played g4. Well,
I suppose if the position closes completely on the king side, then is white just going to, arrange this massive breakthrough on the queen side eventually with a4 and b4 and b5? I mean, it takes a bit of shuffling.
Yeah. Maybe black will prepare by putting his rooks on a8 and a7. Yeah, I guess it should be winning. Maybe the king walks back to h2 before we go for any action.
Yeah, but the king is with the position we have there, white's king is never completely
never safe. Yeah.
No, as there's no blocker on the second rank.
Ding just takes on g4, which I didn't like. But I thought the knight takes, and all of a sudden, black gets a lot of squares. But he probably has a point. Maybe knight takes. He just thinks it's too weakening. I don't know.
Yeah.
But also fg, and then there's bishop h4 again.
Yeah. Actually, the bishop is rather nicely placed on h4 in all cases.
Yeah. Things could still happen.
Definitely. No.
The computer says it's back to equal or more or less.
Really? Wow.
fg played. Queen f1. Did he go g3 just to block this guy? It's the disadvantage of giving the other guy squares here.
Well, exactly. Yeah, probably not. Okay.
Played h5, but no. There's 92, which I also keep
still.
Queen h1. I want to go g3.
Yeah, you're keen, aren't you?
Yeah, it's probably not very realistic. I'm dreaming of pushing g3 and the h pawn to h3. I guess Ding won't allow that.
So is he going to put the bishop on h4 or the queen on h4?
No. Queen h1 indicates it's probably the queen, no?
Well, it also might just indicate that he doesn't want to allow a fork on d2.
Oh yeah, that's the point.
I don't know. I mean, I suppose bishop h4. I mean, I think that feels like the right one, but I don't know.
Magnus taking his time. He's still a little stuck here. He would like to bring the queen and so on, but this pawn is always on freeze.
Yeah, but that's why I think I'd like to put the bishop on h4 and the other bishop on, let's say, d3 or b1 somewhere. D3.
There comes the bishop. Yeah, king g7. Computer hates that move.
Bishop
very
h4.
understandable. He wanted rook h8, but let me just check what the computer wanted here. Yeah, because I hope it's g3. Boom, g3.
G3. There you are.
Let's do it. Also, it feels logical, just keeping counterplay in the position. But yeah, maybe it was a bit too hot to handle it. But now, Ding back in control. I'll switch off the thing.
Yeah. It's always nice when you have those positions with the bishops, when they're looking at the knights. Knight h6 f5, right. And then the bishop goes to g5.
Might go there right now.
Yeah, and okay, desperate. I want to put my bishop on. Okay.
No, this I'm not sure.
No, nothing. Still want to put my bishop on c2.
Yeah.
I have the option.
Mainly, I just wanted to take the pawn.
Yeah, why not?
It's like a nice pawn to take. But Ding's with you. He starts with bishop c2. Not in a hurry.
Still feels like this is a lot of fun for white.
Yeah. I really dislike him allowing all this. Looked like black was getting somewhere. Well, now white is stabilizing again. No, these rooks, they might look a little stupid, but they actually do very useful work restricting the black queen. Looks bad, Magnus. I hate to inform you. It doesn't look great. 92, he wants to go here.
Yeah, the needle just twitched a long way. The needle just got very, very twitchy after knight
bishop g5, yeah. It's no longer, or it's not my pieces, but it feels like we no longer need to keep these things.
Yeah.
Takes, queen takes.
But
maybe not even queen takes.
Just king takes b3. Just king takes knight.
Yeah, this is hanging with checks.
Sorry. Rook takes b3. Yeah.
No, it looks pretty bad. And it happened. Bishop g5 on the board. Knight takes b3.
Wow.
Is a world champion getting knocked out from this tournament? Certainly looks like it now. Now the bishops are just completely dominant.
So does he play knight f6 to at least get rid of one of them?
You have to, right? You can't allow queen h5. The problem, or many problems, but I wasn't even sure if white has to take here, like queen h4. But let's say takes. Let's not fool around. Takes.
It off. Ooh.
Looks just winning.
Yeah, really. I mean, okay, check.
Check, or here, I don't know, why not check? Now,
could play
final
F5,
touch.
F5 maybe.
Fine. Yeah.
Threaten the G pawn and just come back if necessary.
Yeah, the rooks are just fairly helpless in this position, actually. Oof, tough break for Mr. Magnus Carlsen.
Giri, what's happening?
King's Indian stuff. Giri start with h5. Pragg still ready to meet g5 with knight h2. But if Giri gets one more move, like rook g7, then g5, g4, we'll start talking.
But I think after bishop c3, he might be ready to meet g5 with knight takes e5, actually.
Oh, yeah, maybe that's what he wants.
No messing, Pragg.
Probably to him, it's just not messy, yeah? He just feels, I can calculate all this stuff. Where's the mess?
Just knight e5, bishop e5, and on with the job. Wow. That's the way you do it.
Black have time to, I don't know, play some move like this. I don't have King's Indian instincts. Maybe white plays h4.
I was going to say, do you play h4 and knight g5? Is that what you can do?
Interesting stuff.
Anish has King's Indian instincts here.
Yeah, he's played it a bit, but it's not his natural habitat, of course. Okay, let's go g5. Takes.
I was thinking bishop e5 rather than bishop h5, but
yeah, both interesting. Here, I just want to pretend I'm a
fierce attacker.
Okay, I guess so. You've got Queen G5 afterwards, have you? Is that your merry game?
I'm not sure what the point is, but yeah, either Queen G5 or maybe I don't know, some F3. It looked like.
Yeah, maybe that's something.
Like it's getting somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So Bishop H5 instead. Yeah, that's cleaner.
Still G4 with all my King's Indian instincts. Could get messy, no? I don't know if it's any good, but
yeah, could do. Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, yeah, H takes G4. What's that?
Yeah, just here.
Yeah, I suppose we better take on F7 before something terrible happens.
Yeah,
and then F3. Yeah.
I have no idea what's going on, but
yeah,
feels like it's a battle.
Yeah, it's messy. It's messy. Anyway, none of that happened. Rook G7.
Asking for this. Maybe rightly so. I'd still also be thinking about H4, but I don't think Pragg is.
There's Bishop E7 and stuff after that.
Yeah.
G3. Okay. Just
maybe I could made it G5.
Yeah.
We'll see. Let's see what might be the final moments of Magnus Carlsen in this tournament. Doesn't look like a position where Ding forgives, actually. He went Queen E5, E4, just opening the position up.
Wow.
While these rooks are
tumbling
around.
Okay, this is absolutely dreadful.
How does he finish? D6, DC. Any options?
Yeah, you got to watch out for Queen E6 as a potential defense because the pin is a bit annoying. So maybe there's something better here.
This looks like a good move too, no?
Yeah.
King C7, Queen E5. The king doesn't really get away.
That looks like a very nice move. Yeah. Rook D3 on the board. Well played.
Wait.
Yeah.
This is it, no?
Magnus seems to have completely disappeared from.
I think he resigned and switched off his frozen camera. I could be wrong though. But I don't see a move. King C7, Queen E5. Just game over. As is CD, Rook D5, King C7, Queen E5.
Yeah, so King E7. And then
like many an option. This, for example.
It's gone Queen C7.
He's trying to run, but at significant cost.
Don't quite understand why White just can't take everything.
Yeah, you can probably also take here, just to keep the king in the middle. Queen G4. Rook D7. Rook F4. Rook C7 should win, but I guess Ding is more of a Queen G7 type.
Yeah. And that, I think, is that.
He's won. Yeah, he's taking his victory sip of water there. Good job by Ding. Knocks out the world champion Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals. Congratulations to Ding Liren. Look very pleased there, understandably.
Okay, that's a brilliant game. He really controlled it very nicely. I know, you were mentioning that Magnus could have played G3 at some moment, but still, it still felt dubious.
What I'm a bit puzzled by, maybe Magnus here just had a moment where you didn't pay full attention, that this construction, it's really well known. This is what White wants in these structures, and Black is in big trouble, so that the world champion would allow this. I'm still very surprised by. And then, he did a great job fighting back, but Ding also did a great job putting pressure
And in the end, no, it feels deserved Ding's match victory. No, if we go through the games, it was very tough fights in every single game, but didn't look like Ding was the weaker player today.
No, I mean, it was pretty even. I mean, I thought it was kind of nip and tuck until this last game where, yeah, Magnus got done, basically.
Yeah. Can happen. And yeah, it's a bit sad, obviously, for Magnus and for the Play Magnus group, in a sense that having Magnus in action in the finals is always great. But it's sports or chess or whatever you want to call it. And Ding very much earned this today. Good to see him back and to have Ding in the candidates as well.
No, absolutely. Yeah. We haven't had a candidates discussion yet, have we? Maybe
we'll
reserve that for another time. Let's go to Pragg against Giri.
Anish getting ready to play G5. What's Pragg gonna do? Is he gonna play Queen B2 to take here? Or will he finally move his H-pawn?
Looks like a very tempting option to play Queen B2. Gotta say. Well, they both look really tempting, but yeah.
I'm just not sure how these positions are. Like G5 takes Queen somewhere. I feel like Black has a lot of play too. Yeah.
Yeah, not so clear. No. Okay. So let's come back to H4. Let's see if this is possible.
Yeah. I was wondering if Bishop G4, which might not be in the spirit, but might win a pawn. Well, then we can run later. Was an option.
Yeah, so do we come back with G3?
Yeah. I like this better. Maybe Bishop G4 was stupid if White wants G3 anyway. I still can't tell if I'm impressed by Praggnanandhaa in these must draws to just play the sharpest possible lines, or if I think it's naive, or a bit of both. I'm not sure. I guess we'll do results-oriented commentary. If he loses, it was naive. If he doesn't lose, it was impressive. He just sticks to his guns.
Played knight D2, which also prevents or discourages G5 at any rate.
Does it? Allez.
Well, I said discourages, but clearly not in this case.
Not discouraged.
You're not
I
discouraged.
don't know if this works at all, but like it looks fun.
Okay, so take on E8, take on H3, and that's job done, is it?
No clue, but looks scary, no? Like,
yeah, very scary. Okay, I've got to play it. G3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I running out of attackers?
F4.
Oh. What is happening?
Is it any good, or is it just, am I bluffing? I don't know.
Check. Oof.
Yeah, King G2, Bishop H3.
That's the idea, yeah. Takes and G2, and I hope it's checkmate somehow.
Could be. Yeah. Okay, well, that was fun.
Yeah, not very close to reality.
Yeah.
Also, Anish, he's not a King's Indian player like me. He doesn't feel these G5, G4 moments. He plays normal stuff.
But coming back to G5, just very quickly. So takes G4. Okay, I need a sensible move here.
I do think it's nonsense, probably, but I'm always so scared with White in any of these.
Yeah, no, listen, I understand totally. You know, I mean, okay, can I take it? Let's see. Okay, take. No, do I have a defensive move here? Okay, bishop back and
Shuffle
queen
the
over.
queen over,
Yeah.
I have no clue. I might be running out of stuff
Well, why
to
not
throw at the position.
Why not queen takes instead of knight f3?
Because I missed that. I thought I was
Okay.
stopping it. Sorry, getting late. Yeah, this looks pleasant for white. Although it always continues. That's the problem with the kings.
Yeah.
It's never over, any of these lines.
Yeah.
I don't know. Knight of
And there's
six,
the
and we
b-pawn
try to
hanging as
break.
well, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's see.
Anyway, not Anish's cup of tea.
No, he tries to win with all comfort, like preparing the h and defending the h5 pawn first, then going g5, g4. Maybe he does have the time. But come on, a4, go g5.
Rook h7, yeah, but it's so funny, you know, these different styles where, you know, my first instinct as well with black would just be, okay, you've got to get on with it straight away. And Anish is just calmly prepping.
Well, the good news for him is in the normal King's India at this point, you'd have lost like 3 pawns and there would be a white pawn on a6 or something. Well, here it's actually material balance and nothing has fallen on the king, on the queen side. So maybe he's just right. Now he will prepare g4 for another 100 moves. Just do it.
He's not going to do it straight away and just go queen h4.
Yeah.
Why not?
No, that's what I'm saying. He should do it. But
Yeah,
the way
yeah.
he's been playing, he's going to go queen g6, knight f6, king h8, bishop e7, rook g8 before he does anything. There you go. Bishop e7.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Oh, well, okay, that bishop might deliver mate.
Yeah. No, he's playing well, just not very.
I mean, in all seriousness,
Correct.
this actually looks rather uncomfortable for white now.
Yeah. No, white just hasn't achieved much here. Yeah? This construction has held up pretty well. Still. Was another slow move, bishop e7. I like this knight c4, controlling this square and also reminding black that white might do something active one day.
That's a Pragg move. He's just thrown it in there just to remind black that it's getting tricky.
Pragg also looks like he's getting a little sleepy. It's also late in India, where I'm assuming he is. But so far, Ding won his match at 4 a.m. or whatever time it was. Pragg might win another one here at 2. So Anish now feels like it's not the time for g4 because of just as I say it, he does it. But 95, what are you doing? It's just
Tasty.
works, no? Takes d6, bishop e6,
Bishop
bishop
c4.
c4.
Yeah.
Pragg even has the nerve to go fg, hg first, but I don't have any doubt that he's going to do it.
Yeah.
These are
Cracking open the F file. That's the spirit.
Yeah. No, come on, Anish. You had so many options to play g4, and then you do it the one moment where you're just getting crushed in the center. Whoa, he doesn't do it.
Ooh, big surprise.
But this was good, no? Sorry, I have to check. Yeah, 95 was just winning.
Liked it.
Yeah.
And it
That's
doesn't like bishop
surprising. No, it shouldn't. Big surprise.
Pragg. Okay, so queen h4. That's white's
I don't
move.
know what he wants. Queen h3 or
Queen h3. Okay, that's on the board. Well, queen h3, you could play the endgame.
Yeah.
Why not?
It's perfectly
I mean,
fine.
white's pawns on e4 and g4 are actually rather weak, potentially. And there's a pawn on b4 hanging too, by the way.
Yeah, you could also
just keep going, no? Like rook h4 to take, or to play queen h6. Like, no, I'm very surprised. But yeah, it is game 4 after 3 incredibly intense games of calculating. It's clear that players are getting a bit tired as well.
1 minute on the clock for Pragg. 2.5 minutes for Anish.
Should have taken that pawn, Pragg. Can we still take? I guess not. How big a threat does black have?
Okay, can you go queen h2 and then bishop h4?
Yep. Yeah, that's not going to end well, is it?
Take on g2.
Yeah. Probably might just take at some point.
Yeah.
What I've been doing.
On queen f3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so knight f6, or I guess.
It's good. It's also knight takes b4, but that feels a bit random. Yeah, knight f6 played. No.
Not quite. Okay, how did... Isn't this mate? This looks... Yeah, now knight g4?
Yeah, then he wants queen h3.
Oh, I see.
But queen g5, and there will be blood. There will be tiebreak.
There will be blood. That was a film and a half.
It was too much for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Too brutal.
No, I don't mind the brutalities, but there was like was a bit of an overload with the camera and the acting and the story and the intensity and the violence. It was, yeah, as you said, there was too much stuff going on. I could barely follow. But of course, it's a great cinematic achievement.
Yeah, I found it harrowing, actually.
Yeah. It's not a feel-good movie.
No.
Bishop d6. Whoa, computer not happy. Queen h5. What are you doing, Anish? Queen h3 back. Well, he wants queen g6. Then knight f5.
Ooh, that's the trick. Will he spot it? Well, this next move is forced, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, this is also fairly forced. I don't know if it's any good, but... no, it doesn't work here. Queen b6 check.
Okay, so what do you do?
I am blundering. So queen g6, we need something else. Knight c8. Maybe knight c8 is even.
Oh, that's amazing. So the knight on c8 covers b6.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very nice.
Pragg down to 21 seconds. Is he going to spot this?
He might have to out of necessity. Like,
yeah.
Sometimes it's easier if it's just the only move where you don't resign.
I guess so.
Also, it might be nonsense. No, but it looks cool.
Looks amazing. Yeah. Okay, do you play rook c8 or knight c8?
No, I like knight c8 better for aesthetic reasons. Looks like my rook is stronger than the a8 rook. But
yeah.
I haven't calculated anything. Queen g6, let's see. No! Yeah, Pragg's tired.
And that's that. Is that? Bishop d4!
Oh, it's
Bishop
not over
d4
yet.
after queen b6.
He's not tired, he's just smart.
Wow. Does that work? Rook h3, bishop b6. Wow.
Apologies, I take everything back.
That is amazing. Pragg. We should never have doubted him. He's tactics at his fingertips. Wow, and look at Anish. Can't believe it. He thought that was it. He thought that was resignation. Nope. So queen b6, bishop d4. Let's just see that again.
just works. ED Queen G4 is probably winning for white, and Rook H3, Bishop B6.
Bishop B6. What's the score? Okay, you can move the rook somewhere.
Yeah. Now white is so active. He's done something else. Let's see what's going on. He's played King F7, logically enough as well. Knight H4.
Not a beautiful move.
Yeah, what to do? Queen B6 check. The thing is, he has G3 and his construction does not break so easily.
That's incredible. G3.
Rook H8, G3.
G3, what? I was going to say a lucky move, but extraordinary.
Also, if Knight F2, Rook F2, Queen G5, Queen F5, like white gets a lot of initiative all of a sudden. It might be a perpetual, but
yeah.
That's enough for Prag.
I don't think Anish can quite believe it, and now his clock is ticking down. He's 20 seconds left.
I don't know how this goes exactly.
He's got 16 seconds left. And there's Bishop E5 in the middle of all that. What did he play? Play Queen
Played
F6.
Rook H8. Oh, sorry. Played Rook H8. Did our board freeze? No, not now board. Yeah. Rook H8, G3, Queen F6. Threatening to take here. Still a mess. What should white do? Queen G4? Rook F4?
Rook F4. Rook F4. The pin. Then Queen F4. Queen F4. Queen F4 is a problem.
Check. And we're running out of material, yeah, with white. So no Rook F4. Ugh.
Okay, but what's... Okay,
King G1.
King G1. The computer doesn't like it.
Computer not a fan. Rook H4.
Yeah, now black is solid.
Yeah.
Black is very solid.
No, black gets to have all the fun.
Prag cracked at the end. We need to come back to that position to look at what was right. But okay, here we go.
Queen B6 just wins, no?
And Rook H2 mate. Yes.
Yeah, or take the queen. No. Probably still winning, but not clean.
B5, what a response. That's unbelievable.
Ain't worry about nothing.
So Queen G6, King F2, Rook H2, King E1. That's surviving.
Checkmate somehow. Rook B2, BA, and then some good quiet move. G5.
There's also Queen G5, and then you have Queen H4 at the end of it. Rook F2. Wow, Knight B4.
Yeah, good move. I guess. Check.
Yeah, throw a check in. Why not? Oh,
sorry.
That's you. Golly, going that way.
93 is a bit unpleasant. Covering this square as well. No, the end is near. Rook C8, still kicking.
Okay, that's the end.
Not much more beautiful checkmate.
Fantastic finish.
Anish knows this was a bit of a blunderfest, shaking his head, but he's come through.
So, 2-2. We go into a tiebreak. Magnus is out. Ding Liren won that fourth game and goes through to the final, but we still don't know who Ding Liren will meet. We have a tiebreak. So we have, let me see. Jan, remind me of the tiebreak rules.
My best guess would be that it's 5 minutes plus 3 seconds blitz games, 2 games, and if it is still tight after these 2 games, then the players proceed to play an Armageddon game where white gets 5 minutes, black gets 4 minutes, but white has to win or he's out. So basically 2 blitz games are being played no matter what. If someone leads, then he makes it to the finals. If not, Armageddon.
Who do you think would be the favorite in these 2 blitz games? Prag Sharp.
I think it has to be Anish now with the momentum after winning that last game. But so hard to predict. I don't know.
Prag is sharp. Let's see. Already, Prag has just done incredibly well today, showing that he can be a match for Anish and completely outplayed him beautifully in that Grunfeld. So this was touch and go all the way. But as we see, what a beautiful finish with those two knights. Should we take a short break? I'm guessing they will resume in around about 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, I need a breather as well. I would guess they will take 10, 15 minutes after all that drama to come to their senses as well. We'll be here when the when the tiebreak starts.
Okay, see you in a moment.
Hello everyone, I am Grandmaster Harikrishna Pentala from India. I have won Asian Individual Championship, Commonwealth Championship and World Junior Chess Championship. I would like to tell you why I chose the Timon of Sicilian in particular. So the reason is quite simple. Whenever I feel a bit bored of playing main lines like or main replies like Berlin, Petrov, and Marshall, no doubt they are extremely solid and great choice. But whenever I seek for some freshness, Timon of Sicilian is the direction I usually go for. So now let's jump into the course. I would like to show you how I have sorted the course. So first will be introduction. Then there is quick starter. Quick starter guide is something which I personally like a lot. Here you can quickly check which openings you would like to check, and it gives you a good overview of the course. I have divided the course into 26 chapters, as you can see here, and I can say that until move 6 I consider to be anti-Sicilian, so that's one part. And from chapter 11 I consider it to be Timon of Sicilian, and the last two chapters are Scheveningen, which are my favorite. Last but not the least, there are model games. You might get the doubt, okay, we have 26 chapters, so which are the critical ones here to study? Fair enough, and I believe that answer is 7th move Queen F3 without any doubt. 7th move Queen F3 has the reputation of putting Timon of Sicilian in some kind of an issue, which I think I have solved quite well in this course. And English attack is definitely a setup which you should study. Although I believe that English attack is not that hard to remember in my personal opinion. And of course Scheveningen to learn the setups, because it's so unique, and I do believe since Gary Kasparov has played this opening, it's full of dynamism and great variations in Scheveningen. So let's take here on your right, you can see there is learn next, review all. Since I am the author, I have already studied some of the moves, so therefore I have 850 review all, which means I have studied them. And learn next is something when I press it, uh, the move trainer is going to show me that I need to play knight f6 after queen f3. So you can, when you are ready and you remember, you can press the next. And after queen f3, as you can see here, quiz 1, the 1 to 3 is nothing, but you need to show 3 times that you do remember. So you need to focus. And so here I would like to show you what is review all. So in review all, since I say I'm telling move trainer that I have already learned the moves and I want to revise it. While doing this, you are going to get some doubts, which as a Timon of Chessable community, we are going to discuss about them in the discussion which is inside the course. So the video will sync you with the introduction chapter or any other chapter where I am mentioning. So this way you have an idea on which variation you are looking into, and then you also hear what I have got to say about that particular position. And in discussions, of course, I am going to check how suggestions or any variation updates, etc. And sometimes there can be updates on model games or some other variations, as we are going to see a lot of games at various levels. That's all about the course, and thank you for watching this Peek Inside, and welcome once again to the Timon of Sicilian, and I do hope you enjoy this course. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the sneak peek video on the lifetime repertoires, the Najdorf Sicilian. In this video I'm going to show you my latest course, which is a complete repertoire against 1e4 with the Najdorf Sicilian defense. Why the Najdorf? Well, it is one of the, if not the best opening you can play against 1e4. It is both very correct, very sound, also very aggressive, gives you plenty of opportunities to play for a win. And the only problem is that you need to study quite a bit of theory. But for that, there is this course. Isn't it wonderful? Let's look into it. There are here 27 chapters. The whole course is 1,000, close to 1,000 trainable lines, and the length is around 24 hours. So you can basically binge watch the course in just 24 hours if that's your priority. But realistically, I guess you need a couple of days and and you're done. More importantly, there is the quick starter guide. And that is a short summary of all you have to know to start, and that is barely over an hour. I would add to that a couple of chapters, especially against the bishop e3 line, which would also be another hour. And I think within a couple of hours, you are ready to start your Najdorf journey. But then, of course, check out all the chapters. There's lots of detail there. When you play the Najdorf, you are quite invincible. It's a very big theoretical battlefield. You can vary within it. You can deviate, always improve, always on the analysis. And so, yeah, Najdorf, I think, is a little too rich. So I don't really feel targeted there. And I think that's also a good reason why you should be playing the Najdorf. So yes, alternatives, bishop e7, bishop e6, for example, move with a bad reputation, but I give some options. Even within the alternatives, there are sometimes alternatives, which is quite cool. Also, against some lesser known options, for example, against 6 rook g1, I also give alternatives, because in rook g1, for example, in particular, there is the system with e5, knight b3, bishop e6, which is the main line, and that main line equalizes but leads to an endgame, equal endgame. And of course, I know my my Najdorf boys and girls, they want a sharp play, and next to this main line, I decided not to be lazy and also recommend another line. For example, the in this case it's the h5 variation here, which is a lot more fighting, can lead to much sharper positions, like this one, typical Najdorf here. We've got opposite castles incoming, very sharp positions. So yeah, lots of options, and still, despite all that, the sides became quite manageable, so I'm very happy with that. Also, of course, sidelines are well covered. Bishop b5 check, you know, if you don't have a chapter on bishop b5 check, then I don't think you can claim to have a Najdorf repertoire, because bishop b5 check is such an integral part of the Najdorf. A lot of trainable lines, a lot of memorization. A lot of my variations are more fine-tuned for a top-level chess. But here I'm going for much more playable, much more flexible positions, where there is a lot of room for you know, a lot of room for creativity, much more flexibility there. So yeah, I think a good repertoire. We'll have a fun community. I'm sure lots of you will ask me a bunch of questions. And yeah, I'm very happy with what I've done. I believe there is no need when you have a course like that, there is no need to compromise on anything. The lines are all sound, correct, well tested with the strongest engines, and also fitted for the for your regular chess fan. So yeah, I think this should be a lot of fun, and I can't wait to hear your feedback, and I'm sure you'll really enjoy the course. So thank you for watching the sneak peek, and get your course. Also enjoy, of course, the short and sweet. If you're doubting, that's also going to be a nice little free course for you. But I would like to say, of course, if you enjoy it, you should definitely check out the actual course, the lifetime repertoires, and yeah, I hope you'll find it worthwhile and you will enjoy it as well. So thank you for watching, and bye bye.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
The day is not over yet. We have a tiebreak on our hands. We have Anish Giri against Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa fighting for a place in the final, where one of them will meet Ding Liren, who sensationally knocked out Magnus Carlsen in a really, well, very tense strategic game, but looked pretty convincing. So it comes down to 2 blitz games, 5 minutes each, 10 seconds added per move. If it's still 1-1 after these 2 games, we go into an Armageddon game, but more on that if and when it happens. So Jan, we're back again, and you think Anish is basically favourite still?
I do think so, but who knows really? I'm exhausted from these games, so I have no idea how the players must feel. This could become a battle of attrition. The good news for Anish is he does have his theoretical knowledge to fall back on. Let's see how the opening goes here. They keep debating the Gioco Pianissimo, or whatever it's called, of the Italian. this line. We've seen a4, a5 played. We've also seen this maneuver knight b2, knight f1, knight g3, allowing knight to a5. This time around, he plays h3, h6, and I guess he will go back to a4. Let's see.
Well, the last one worked out pretty well for Anish. I mean, it was quite extraordinary, this game, where Anish was piling up on the G file and couldn't quite put the game away, but it did look fantastic. So is he repeating that? I can't even, by this stage, I can't even remember how that game went, actually.
I think that one was without h3. He started with knight b2.
Okay.
Knight f1, knight g3. That's the thing about these Italians. It's impossible to remember any game because they all look the same, but there's always like slight differences in the move order. But yeah, he goes back to what he played in the first game, this a4, a5 line. And he's diligent enough that maybe he's checked even at the break what his notes say or what the engines say here. And
yeah, I was wondering that. For example, you know, as you say, Magnus is in Denmark and training with his coach, Peter Heine Nielsen. So I wonder, in between games, for example, is Magnus getting some notes from Peter, and you know, likewise, is Anish perhaps working with someone and, you know, having someone looking up, you know, lines very, very quickly for them so they can present?
I would think so. I think it's very much case by case, and also the players, they will know when to rest and when to check stuff. I would assume Magnus, he doesn't get files, but he will get some quick info if he asks, listen, in that line, what should I do? And Peter Heine will sit somewhere with the computer and engines running.
Yeah.
And can tell him quickly.
And I'm guessing these guys do too as well.
Yeah. I don't know if they have somewhere at home, but nowadays you don't need people to be where you are, really. You can just ask them on the messenger of your choice. Knight f1. Also, engines are so good that sometimes it's just as fast to fire up your chess base or whatever you're using and check there yourself as asking somebody. I don't know. I know Anish is a guy who also does a lot of checking himself, but he certainly has friends with computers as well. 97. Looks like Pragg is not particularly rattled by this bishop b5 idea. Just plays solid moves, bishop d7, knight e7, this typical knight journey. Now it's a decision if he wants to go c6, push the bishop back, which I would guess you want to do. And I'm not sure who gained from this little dance.
Yeah, well, they've both burned a minute already.
Time is ticking. Sometimes not so easy to switch from all these rapid games to a blitz game where this is really not a position where you should spend more than a minute. Then again, 5+3 is a reasonably generous time control for blitz. It's not 5-0 or even 3-2, so you have some time.
Yeah. When did the trend start? When did, you know, the tide suddenly turn and you know, everyone's started playing 3-2 as the standard blitz time control?
I don't like it. I grew up playing 5-0 all my life, and I want to be able to flag at the end and to have some time in reserve. Well, now it's a slightly different game where you'll be down to making a move every 2 seconds quickly, and that's what you should train, not playing quickly and then having more time later. So it's a new thing. Not a fan, but
yeah,
what to do.
But it's become standard now, hasn't it? Basically,
I think it's the official FIDE time control even for blitz is 3+2. Yeah.
I blame that Fischer guy. Okay, d4.
I blame for many things, but maybe that one's well. Yeah. d4. Typical reaction would be to take and go d5. I wonder if after takes, Anish wants to go knight takes. Probably that's his point. We will find out. No, c pawn takes. No, d5 looks standard. Yep, there it comes. E takes D. I'm assuming knight takes.
Yeah, doesn't look so bad for black.
No, looks fine. Yeah, Pragg very much holding his ground in the opening battles as well. Obviously, big win in this Grunfeld opening battle, but also here with black. It's not easy not to get under pressure against Anish in this stuff, and he seems to be managing just fine. Bishop D2. I don't know what black should do. Bishop E6 looks like a normal enough move.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether white will then, have that in mind. I was going to say Queen C2, just to tee up.
Yeah, I just want a knight back or knight F4.
Let's see.
He's done it. He needed a bit of time though to get here.
Okay, the brutes among us might play Queen C1 here as well.
Well, that's very brute.
Yeah.
Not sure this is a threat. Yeah, Queen C2 played by Anish. Just Rook E8. Also sensible. No more Rook E6 to worry about. Black looks perfectly fine to me.
Yep. Stable, very stable position.
Rook E4. Okay, wants to insist. This question, how many games they play? They will play 2, no matter what. And after the 2 games, the score is 1-1. They will play 1 more Armageddon decisive game. This is the first of the 2 games.
Yeah, knight C7 here. If we can chop them.
Yep.
Feels desirable.
Yeah, I'm not sure if white sidesteps then with bishop d3. That looks very logical.
Yeah. Getting closer to a bishop d5 or something. Yeah, maybe even in that position, because the queen on e8 would defend the knight on g6. Maybe it's rushing it. I don't know. Bishop b8. Ooh, very interesting.
Unexpected. Not sure what this move does. You don't want to take here. Don't like it. He does want to take there.
Okay. Well, he's still, he's teeing up for moving this knight. Well, maybe instead of coming back to c7, back to f6.
Yeah, he's still quite stable.
Yeah, I like it actually. If it's not checkmate in some ugly way, feels nice.
Interesting solution here. Just get rid of this bishop.
And yeah, often that knight can join the fray in some attack. But yeah, very interesting.
Anish taking a moment here.
Now clock time.
Goes rook e5. Doesn't really stop black from playing knight f6 if he so chooses. I guess the bishop stays on the board then, bishop d3 or bishop f1.
Yeah, but black is very stable here. It's a nice position. Yeah, a minute and a half against 114. Yeah, got to say, I really like black here. I mean, if the bishop does drop back, then I mean maybe black doesn't need to rush into the exchanges. I mean, I'm looking at moves like queen b6 there, just with a threat. Interesting. He's played b3. Okay.
Wants to take here with the pawn, trying to keep things under control. But it doesn't feel like white is putting much pressure.
Wonder if bishop d5 is a move, but maybe it's not necessary to allow all these exchanges.
But also white doesn't need to exchange on e8.
No, I'm just trying to stabilize. I'll go knight e6 next. Yeah, he's played bishop d5.
Yeah, I mean, also there was the rook and the bishop looking at the pawn on a5. So,
yep.
Yeah.
I know, I can't see anything special for white. Takes. This didn't happen. Takes, and I guess even the queen can take. Oh, looks very healthy for black still. Yeah.
Yep.
Took. Once the knight gets here, we have to start thinking about some captures.
Speaking of thinking, 20, 23, 22 seconds against 36. I mean, this is...
Yeah, they haven't adjusted to the blitz rhythm.
This is not great time management. Okay, Pragg is speeding up now.
You have to. 96 feels somewhat the wrong direction to me, but maybe it was necessary to cover f7. Like e6.
It's covered the f5 square and e4, so it's still pretty stable.
Rook f1 plate.
Yeah, that's something. Okay, Anisha's found a little idea. Maybe rook f8. Oh, rook e8. Oh, not bothered.
Yeah, but he found some freedom for his pieces. Now he can hint at bishop h6. Not sure if he really wants to do it. But f6, Pragg is not easily scared.
No.
g6, queen f7. Yeah, still got things under control. And whoa, bishop e4.
Ooh, is that it?
Did we miss that one?
That might be game over. Ooh, 10 seconds left. He's played it.
Played it, of course.
What's the reaction?
No, 95 still fighting, but he's just a piece down now. Knight f7, king f7. Praggnanandhaa wins this one. Shocking, yeah, but it's been a lot of chess, a lot of focus. And happens to the best of them. Can't calculate anymore.
But Pragg is so sharp, you know. These tic-tacs he sees in an instant, and yeah, he's faster than Giri, basically. You know, at the end there.
Yep.
So first blood to Pragg.
Another lovely King's Indian now. Anish is another must-win.
Pragg. Could be. How long a break do we have?
I would guess 10 minutes. I do not know, to be honest. 4 minutes. All right.
Okay, that's fine. Let's stick around.
Let's do it. Let's plug stuff. Buy our Chessable courses. This is a Chessable Masters, after all. I have a fantastic e4, e5 repertoire on Chessable. They will fix all your problems. This is my actual body. They just needed a face double because they felt I was too handsome to put on that picture. So get that. And then if you still have money and study time left, get the King's Kalashnikov. If you ever get tired of playing e4, e5, getting a good solid position, you can mix it a bit. Play c5, then push your pawn to e5, weaken that d5 square, but go for f5 and counterplay.
Oh, that's not how I like to play it.
Ah, sorry, I have no clue about the Kalashnikov.
That's the outer reaches of Kalashnikov strategy. No, you see, my theory is that actually the Kalashnikov is actually strategically very sound. Pawn structure determines strategy, and once we have that fixed pawn structure with that lovely pawn on e5 and that pawn on d6, then your pieces can fit around that lovely skeleton. So we have a nice solid bishop on e6 covering the d5 square. and that bishop pops out via e7 to g5, and very sound, very sound. I think that's, I mean, seriously, I think the attraction of the opening is that generally the pawn structure you're going to get on the board is going to be roughly the same with that pawn on e5. And once you understand that pawn structure, that can make life a lot easier for you. Whereas in other Sicilians, for example, the Najdorf, then one has to have a very good understanding of when to push that pawn to e6 or e5, or indeed just leave it on e7. And the same with some other Sicilians as well. So in that sense, I think strategically, it's a little bit easier than some other Sicilians, actually. There you go. That's my theory. And
there you go. Kalashnikov, one structure, e4, e5, hundreds of structures you have to work your way through. So now there's so many good openings out there. Nowadays, one can really choose one's poison according to playing style and so on.
Exactly.
It's beautiful. You can make anything work these days, and just pick one.
Yeah, and they're on sale at the moment.
Oh, I don't like that.
You don't like that?
No.
You do.
Go get them. Last chance today.
You're a bunch of cheapskates, is what you're saying. Less revenue. I like to be generous to the punters. Yeah.
Let's see if Praggnanandhaa feels generous and we'll go for another King's Indian mainline here, or another sharp King's Indian. Or if maybe he's thinking, enough adventures for today.
Thing is, I always seem to recall that Pragg was, an e4 player, actually, for a lot of his life.
Kids these days, they can play all the moves.
Yeah.
But yeah, when needing a draw, usually people that can do both prefer one e4, because it's either more forcing in the sharp lines or more direct contact in the center. While d4, you get these, somewhat slower positions like the King's Indian where things could happen. But let's see how he approaches it, and also how much Anish has left after blundering this piece in one move or two moves in the last game. Sometimes that can just break you and you don't have anything left.
Yeah, just a reminder, everyone, that Pragg just needs a draw to go through to the final. Anish is in a must-win situation, and if Anish manages to win this one, then we will go to an Armageddon game. Knight f3 on the board. Ah, there we go. Pragmatism.
That's more like it. Pragmatism indeed. b3. Well, still a game. I wonder if Anish is still dreaming of reaching the Armageddon right here, or if he says, Armageddon with my life and just make a draw on this one.
Da-dum.
Yeah.
Nice.
Knight bd7.
Or is he looking for the defenestration of Pragg?
That's above my pay grade. Defenestration, like too deep for me. What does it mean?
This is a famous historical episode, the defenestration of Prague, where wasn't this the Reformation?
Ah, yeah, the defensive wall from Prague.
Yeah, defenestration.
I just didn't know the word defenestration. No, I know the thing.
Damn it, it's German. Fenster.
Prager Fenstersturz.
It's Latin, of course, but anyway.
Yeah. Knight c3. I like the approach, not going for any nonsense. And putting the pawn on e4. Then after e5, you can always take. This is more Pragg. Maybe we'll have a look at your Chicken Chess Club membership if you manage to try this up properly. D takes C.
You're desperate, aren't you? You're desperate.
No, I'm just, trying to teach the way of the chicken.
Rook e1. Come on, Pragg. Just be principled.
Never.
You're doing great so far. Rook e1. Come on. The fact that he's hesitating shows that taking on e5. It's just not in his blood, you see. He knows rook e1 is the right move. Okay, I mean, this is curious that he's actually thinking, he took!
There you go.
But you see, it's not,
oh boy.
It's not in his blood. This is not going to work out well. I'm telling you.
Once you get a taste of
Taste
chicken
for the
chess,
chicken.
Yeah.
It all tastes like chicken in the end.
That's true. They say this about everything, don't they? Have you tried rat? Tastes a bit like chicken.
Tastes a bit like chicken, yeah. Frog's legs taste a bit like chicken, yeah. Exactly.
92, don't like it. Keep the knight there. Go queen e2, rook d1. What's all this fancy maneuvering? Nah. It's not in his blood, you're right. It's like Kung Fu Hustle. 1 in a million has it in his blood. Pragg, he's not a chicken by nature.
Knight b6? What's that? That's an ugly move.
Weird move.
Yeah, but the knight doesn't belong on b6.
I agree.
What's that about?
Oh, f3, queen e2. Ooh, subtle, queen e1.
You don't like subtle, do
Don't
you?
like any of it. Play normal moves. It's a blitz game.
Bishop h6.
Yeah, weird stuff. c6, knight b6. They're both tired. Put the queen here. Come on. Okay, this one we accept. Now queen e2.
One further, queen e3.
Also fine, yeah. Feeling he's going to do something weird. So knight e2, f4. No, queen e3. Okay, that one we accept.
Yeah, I was going to say, I just have a funny feeling Pragg won't be able to resist it, and he's going to reach for the f-pawn at some moment. Actually, yeah.
No, now we're talking. He sees the error of his ways and puts the pieces back where they started. Anish will do the same because the knight on b6 is ridiculous. And we keep shuffling. Maybe some bishop a3 at some point. Exchange these bishops.
Yeah. He is back on track. It's true. The knight on f3 makes a lot of sense in this.
Yeah, sure. Stay there.
Yeah. Bishop a3, is that? Yeah, bishop a3, why not? Because you can't play bishop f8. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, loving it now. Bishop a3. There we go. Yeah, always better.
Being told that Pragg is a vegetarian, chickens are going to sit well with him. You don't have to eat chicken to be a chicken.
Oh.
Queen c8, very deep.
Okay, he's looking at the pawn on h3, but
yeah,
big deal.
Not going to happen. King h2, and then Anish will start desperate measures like g5.
I think he's going to stick to his guns and play bishop f8.
Isn't this pawn sort of hanging as well?
You just kind of hope it isn't.
Yeah.
Because there'll be something. Bishop f8.
Yeah, take it.
Take it.
Takes.
Choppity choppity. Bishop. No, maybe not. No, just take it then. Yeah, why not? But then again, what do you do about that pawn?
I don't know. Knight h5 is some move.
It's going in the wrong direction.
Also speed up. If you can't calculate anymore, which you're not supposed to after all these hours, at least play quickly.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll play bishop g4. But you're not forced to take.
Yeah, burning his time.
There you go, bishop g4. Excellent trap, Anish.
Okay, but we should say that the justification is that it makes room for the rook. It protects the e-pawn, and yeah, the rook might actually move up to e6.
Still probably a bad move, though. Like, just king g1, and you might have to take. Bishop f8. Yeah, see, Pragg, how much easier life is if you just have a nice symmetrical pawn structure where you need to draw.
Yeah, well, it's very healthy. It's a very healthy position. Yeah, Anish, his repertoire isn't really suited, is it, for, you know, finding some little thing,
I'm not sure.
awkward opening.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's his repertoire. He knows everything about everything, but his playing style, it's just,
right.
His instincts are to make good, solid decisions and simplify if you need to simplify. And it's not geared to must wins. Then again, he just won a must win with black in a King's Indian. He won a must win in a Sicilian with black against Magnus. So I'm not sure his success rate is worse than anybody else's in these situations.
Maybe.
Takes, I guess, I don't know which one. Yeah, he takes with the bishop. Still pretty stable. It's going to be a question who blinks first. Black can't really do that much, neither can white, but he doesn't have to. King g2, h4, and shuffle.
Okay, so what does he do with the bishop? Does he put him on
stays
c4? Okay, he goes h4.
It's fine. Just go king g2. Oh, Anish is trying.
Yeah, be careful.
Make something happen. Now we have to react. Go 92. 96, queen c3 or something. Remind him that he has weaknesses too. Yep. Well played.
But isn't that's an achievement for black, though, isn't it? Because okay, e5 with e5 hanging, that's actually quite irritating.
Yeah, I don't think much is happening. Probably rook d8 is the way to go, but white is very stable. Yep, here comes the rook. Just a reminder, Praggnanandhaa needs a draw to enter the finals against Ding Liren, who won Magnus Carlsen in a high class, who beat Magnus Carlsen in a high class match today. And he's close. Although his posture, yeah, he's not a chicken by nature. You can see he's just calculating lines. Like, you just chop everything off. Don't look for tricks. Play king g2, put the queen on c3, chill.
Yeah. But Anish has achieved something, definitely.
That's still fine.
36 seconds against the minute.
I don't like that he hasn't put his king on g2. G5, Anish. Go. Now's the time.
Okay, and if this is taken?
Knight takes.
Queen e3, is that legal? Yeah, queen e3.
Yeah. Then rook d8, and we hope for tricks.
Queen b6 instead.
It's begging him to play king g2. But then g5, maybe. Also, can we take the pawn? Are you bluffing? Oh no, knight g5.
Knight g5, yeah.
That's why I wanted the king here. Goes bishop g2.
Yeah, he wants to pop out bishop h3.
Fair.
And what's knight g4? Oh, he's still got queen f3. Yeah,
not much happening. Knight c5, but there's queen e3, knight g4, queen f3, h5, bishop h3. Still solid. Queen c4, weird direction.
You see, he doesn't know how to put the brakes on. Knight g4. It's a bit scary. Okay, so then you move your knight somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he's okay. Here we go. 10 seconds against 18 seconds. Pragg plays knight c1. Oof.
He's still fine, but it's not. We don't want these knights so close to our king.
They look scary.
Yeah. Bishop h3 I like, trying to get rid of some of them, but rook d8 was a nice touch. Knight d3. Rook d4, queen c3. Still hanging in there. But yeah, he's not making this easy. h5, blunder. Bishop g4, hg, knight e5. And
yeah,
we go
you can
home.
do it.
Queen d4. This is not gonna win.
c4. Yeah. Well, white is gonna win.
Yeah, Anish, yeah, just out of energy. He misses more stuff now.
Yeah. But it's so interesting. Again, we have a situation where Pragg basically does him with a tactic. He's sharper tactically. That's what it looks like.
Although it has to be said, knight takes e5. I think I would spot on a good day as well. But
sure, but what I mean is, Anish is just missing stuff.
Yeah, he just
stuff. Oh, they've
just
agreed
doesn't
to
give
draw.
anything easy. Yeah, Pragg only needs to draw, so Pragg makes the finals, wins his tiebreak. Congratulations.
Well, that is a real upset. However, we can't say that it's not deserved because Pragg played some superb chess and showed that he was just that bit sharper when it came to the Blitz playoff. And before then, in the rapid play, certainly the game that he won was an absolute masterpiece in the Grunfeld. So there we have it. Let's just recap on the day. Magnus Carlsen, sensationally defeated by Ding Liren. Very tight match. First 3 games drawn, but Ding Liren played a superb strategic game to win the 4th. So Ding Liren goes through to the final. And as we've just seen, Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa has won the tiebreak 1.5-half. And so we have a final between Ding Liren and Praggnanandhaa. Jan, I guess we're going to say Ding is the favorite there.
No doubt about it, but I predicted 0 out of 2 matches correctly today by picking the alleged favorites, Anish and Magnus. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting final. I'm still slightly sad because I would have enjoyed the Giri Carlsen finals and all the drama that would have come with it, but very well deserved by both Ding and Praggnanandhaa. And Praggnanandhaa, watching his rise, seeing him get stronger from tournament to tournament, really, it feels like, is amazing. While Ding, we know he's been an amazing player, but he hasn't often been able to climb Carlsen mountains. To see him back in this shape before the candidates. Good stuff by both, well deserved. Looking forward to the finals.
So the final will take place over 2 days. So it's 2 sets of 4 games. So the first one will take place tomorrow, 4 games. And then no matter what happens, there'll be a second day of the finals, another 4-game set. So do join us. We'll be back at the usual time, 1800 hours Central European time. It's been an absolutely riveting day. Tremendous chess.
A lot of action.
Jan, thanks very much. We'll see everyone tomorrow, same time, same place.